Hello and welcome to another Saturday Night Stack Chat, sponsored by the all-new and improved Stackers Social Discord server, the place where we hang out, get together and talk about all things shiny. And this week I have the absolute pleasure of chatting with one of the top up-and-coming coin collecting channels on YouTube right there. I've not been able to get all three of them. They have very, very tight calendars, but I'm absolutely honoured to introduce you all Ethan from the Bits and Bobs team. Ethan, how are you doing, buddy?
Brilliantly, thank you. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for
Brilliant.
having me.
No, the pleasure is all mine, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. I can see we've got quite a few people in the chat already, so I'm going to say a very quick hello to Luke, Lee Parola, Kevin Hawthorne, 365 Days of Silver, Jamie Frost, CY Sterling, James Elliott, McDonald Bullion, and Just Gold. Guys, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's going to be a great night, and it's an absolute pleasure to have each and every single one of you in the chat alongside with us. But Ethan, let's start off with the beginning. So you're quite an avid coin collector, aren't you?
Maybe too much so, yeah.
I don't know if you could ever be too much, but if you could, you probably are. You know what I mean? But yeah, so what started you in getting into coins and what started your collection off?
It was basically a coincidence of three things. I found two £2 coins in my change, and both of them were special ones. And then the same day, my granddad gave me nothing much, but like a little collection of old coins he had. So I then had like some old coins, some new coins, and just had a bit of all kinds of coinage. There was one silver one, some old pennies and stuff. So just a little variety of coins. And then I looked into it and I found the Change Checker website and began collecting 50p's, and then branched out to older coins and all kind of date runs and stuff that I'm doing now.
Brilliant, brilliant. Can you remember which two with the £2 coins it was?
It was the DNA one, and I believe it was one of the Charles ones. I don't know if it was Charles Darwin or Charles Dickens.
Both great coins. I love the DNA coin as well. I do like the £2 coins. I've not really concentrated on getting those as of yet. I'm concentrating more on the 50p's, but I do have quite a few of the £2. You know, you just find them and you change, don't you?
Yeah, most apart from the Commonwealth Games ones, I've got pretty much as most of them from Change as well. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Never been lucky enough to get the Commonwealth Games, any of them myself. They're pretty much the prize goal when it comes to the £2, aren't they? Is it the Ireland Commonwealth Games is the rarest one, isn't it?
One, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Have you got all four of the Commonwealth Games, or?
I've got one at the moment, the Scottish one, I believe, which is the most common. So I need the others.
Oh, brilliant. Well, it's the most common of those ones, but it's still not a common coin at all. So a great coin for the collection. That really is fantastic. And you started your YouTube channel, was it about 4 to 5 years ago? Is that right?
Yeah, 4 years in like a few months, I think. It'll be 4 years, yeah.
Ah, okay, brilliant. So the channel obviously doesn't just consist of yourself. It's got your friends Charles and Max as well. What was it that made you have the idea of starting a YouTube channel? And when you started the channel, it wasn't necessarily just a coin collecting channel, was it?
No, yeah. So the reason we started the channel was because I had a personal channel that I put one video on there that I needed to send someone, and the file was too big. So I just put it on YouTube and sent them the link.
Okay,
And then
very clever.
they kind of thought it was quite cool to be able to watch me. And we all thought it was quite cool. So then we decided next time we met up, we'd make a channel that was just about anything we did. So we called it Bits and Bobs, just for different stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And if we went out biking, we'd film a biking. If we went out on just like a day out anywhere, we kind of filmed that. And then we kind of also filmed, because we all collected coins. We all filmed the coins, and then the coin videos got maybe 10 times more views than the other videos. So we just thought we can, if people are enjoying the coin videos, we started to do coin videos. And then after the years, we've actually got quite a good, sort of channel going now of the coins, which is nice, very, very, very nice to have, and really appreciate it that it's gone so well. After it took us 2 years to get to 100 subscribers, and then from there it's kind of really taken off, which is really great to see.
Absolutely. I was going to mention over the last 6 months or so, your channel has absolutely boomed, hasn't it? And you've now just reached over 10,000 subscribers, which is absolutely incredible. So congratulations on that one, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I stayed up till midnight because we hit it at 11:52. So I was up at midnight watching it tick over. It was really, really amazing to see.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can only imagine. That must have been absolutely incredible. We've had a few more people come and join us in the chat, so thank you to everyone else who's come across to join us. We've got 420 Stacker. I think I've already mentioned CY Sterling. We've also got Jamie Frost is in the chat. Jamie, it's great to see you. I will definitely ask your question in a moment, my friend. And Gordy's gold and silver as well, guys. So thank you so much for coming across and joining us. If you do have any questions, if you could just do me a favour and put at the Stat Collector just before your question, it does make it pop out of the chat a little bit easier for me to pick up and read for everyone. But yeah, we might as well answer Jamie's question first. What was your first impression of holding a sovereign, and what was the first sovereign you ever got to hold?
Well, so for me, like I mentioned, in that little bundle of coins from my granddad, there was a few pennies, nothing much, and there was one silver coin. And there's also a 1902 sovereign, Edward the Seventh, sorry. And I didn't know anything about the coins, and for a while I had it in one of the plastic books. They're just knocking around in there with other pennies. And I looked into it a bit more and found out at the time it was worth like £298. And I must confess, I was extremely I didn't really believe that, because I didn't think a coin could be worth that much, because I had just been doing 50p's.
Yeah.
I went to the shop and they said that they give me £300 for it, and regrettably now I must say the dollar symbols were flashing in my eyes, and I did catch in and I bought a lot of cheaper coins, so I got lots of coins that were lower priced, but so it did kind of help the start of my collection. And then in about a year and a half later, I bought a sovereign again, because I kind of missed having a sovereign. I did have like a half sovereign as well.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic, and you know, you at least got over spot price for it at the time, so that was a great sale, if you ask me. And like you say, you know, you use the money to bolster your collection and get even more coins, which I think is a great idea, really. I mean, obviously the gold price has come up quite a bit over the last few years, but you know, hopefully the value of the other coins that you purchased will have risen as well.
No, I don't much, because I didn't just kind of put it in the bank and just forget about it.
Absolutely, you know, it would have just lost value due to inflation if you did all that. But yeah, I think that's a great idea. I just want to let people know one of the things you do on your channel, which I think you do every year now, and I think this is absolutely fantastic, is you have a little bit of a competition, don't you, between yourself, Charles, and Max about who's got the best collection, and you let the viewers and the subscribers decide who wins, don't you?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of fun. I do personally. Who was it that took the title this year?
Well, I must say, we've been doing it for 4 years now, or this year was the fourth year, I should say. And it's been, well, Charles has won 2 and Max has won 2, and I haven't won any yet. So next year is going to be my year.
Absolutely. I think that's an absolute travesty. So next year, guys, we've all got to go across and give Ethan some support and make sure he takes the crown home at least once. Brilliant. Just having a look at the chat, and I agree, Silverpunk, it's a little bit too early for that question. We might ask it a little bit later, but thank you very much, buddy. KYH Stacking has joined us. He's the new kid on the block when it comes to stacking. And I just want to let you know, KYH, I found this out for you, buddy. It's the 1951 crown I promised you, so I've now got it to hand, and it's going to be coming out to you very soon, because KYH was upset that he doesn't have a single Benedetto Pastrucci George Slaying the Dragon in his collection. So I thought to help him out, I'd send him the 1951 crown across, because it's a beautiful coin. It's got no silver content, but it's still a nice coin, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a great coin. Is that one loose?
Yeah, it's just a loose one. I popped it into a capsule, but it is just loose. It's not in the...
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I've got an empty box for one of those, so we could you could send the coin, I could send the box, and we could reunite crown and the box for KYH.
There you go. That would be absolutely fantastic. I've got a question here from Matt Donlin Bullion, and a guy with another fantastic channel. He said, "Hey TSC, I'm intrigued to know if Ethan knows the weight on his sterling / pre-decimal 1947 box he has. Looks like it's getting heavy," and it does. It looks like you've got a good number of coins in there. And just so everybody knows, what you do is you have your date runs, don't you? And then your spare coins, you keep them is more in a silver box, don't you, for the silver weight kind of thing?
Yeah, I'll try and get it on. This is the box. It's a monster box, and then there's some in there, and then I've got a few out on the display there.
Yeah,
I
absolutely
must
fantastic.
know the exact weight. I know I've got there's 50% in that box, and then there's sterling. I think I've got about 300 doubles of sterling, 300 grams, and then I'd say that's maybe a kilo fine at the moment, fine weight.
Brilliant. That's absolutely fantastic. I do think you've got a fantastic collection, and it really does surprise me that you've not been able to win one of the best collections as of yet. Because, as I say, I really do think you've got a great collection. But I think if I'm right in saying that the other guys, we've got more hammered coins, don't they?
Yeah, I think I collect not modern coins, but sort of 1800s, 1900s. They do have a lot of hammered and then sort of early milled,
Yeah.
which is favored by the voters at the or whoever watched and voted on that one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've spoken to yourself about hammered coins before, haven't I? And I've said, I'd be very interested in getting some hammered coins, but my concern about that is I don't really know enough about them, and I wouldn't really know what to look for when spotting fake hammered coins.
Yeah, that's I don't, I've only bought I think one or two hammered coins in person because I'm not brilliant either. But I just go with like a trusted source, and then they'll have like the weight and the monarch and the rain and everything. And
Yeah.
so if you trust the dealer, then you kind of already know the information.
Yeah, no, I'd really do want to look into getting some hammered coins in the future. So I'll keep my eye out for any good deals around in my local antiques shops. But unfortunately, my antique shop's not half as good as yours. I mean, those the videos you do when you go to the antique shop and you've got all your coins in your little box. I look forward to those videos so very much because, you've just got such a great antique shop near you.
It is really really lucky. Yeah, they've
Yeah.
got. I mean, they've got a lot of. They've got quite a good variety of everything, but they seem to just have a good amount of coins as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that definitely goes to show when you open your box and shows what's inside. We've got a question here from Silverpunk, which I think is an absolutely brilliant question. He says, as a new stacker, would you advise getting two half sovereigns or one full one? Which would be better investment long term in your view?
What I would say and what I personally do is I would definitely get two half sovereigns. I wouldn't go for four quarter sovereigns, but I think it's just better to have because then as an investment, there's probably fairly equal. There's a bit of a premium for the half sovereigns, but you can sell them for maybe a bit more. But I just think it's better just to have two gold coins than one if you're a beginner. Because if you have one, then it's more tempting just to sell it. But if you've got a collection building up, if you've got a few half sovereigns, then it's more like a stack that you want to keep and build.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of sense to that. Actually, I think that does make a lot of sense. If you were looking at it, maybe this is my answer, but if you were looking at it purely as a stacker, I would say, two half sovereigns and one full sovereign hold exactly the same amount of gold. So it would depend on which one you could get for less money. If one full sovereign cost you less than two half sovereigns, you're better off going that way. What you said absolutely makes sense, but I think that's when you're looking at it more as a collector than a stacker, if you know what I mean.
I definitely agree. I think if you're just going for the weight or the ounces, kind of just buy the biggest you can at the time.
Yeah.
Because there's an argument you could save up and get the lowest premium thing, but if it goes up while you're saving, I just think the best thing really if you're weight is just to get the biggest you can at the time and hold it.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Get the most gram per pound you possibly can do. Hold it for as long as possible, and you should see a very good return on your money, especially with the prices we've got at the moment now. As it stands, we've got silver at £24.89 per ounce, and gold is at £1,904.74 per ounce. So, they've really rocketed over the last few months, haven't they? I mean, it wasn't that long ago; it was at £1,500 per ounce of gold.
No, yeah, I mean, these coins. I bought my first Britannias. I remember buying them for like £20 each or less, and now you can sell them obviously for much more with premiums and everything on top of the £25 spot price.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is crazy. So, like we were saying before we started, weren't we? We're both very interested to see what's going to happen with the price of silver going forward and gold. Where is it going to be in 5 to 10 years? Because it could be a lot higher than it is now. And absolutely expect it to be a lot higher than it is now. So, it's one of those things we all wish we'd have started collecting and stacking years before we did, don't we?
Yeah, definitely. I think from a stacking perspective, it's quite good if it goes up, although you might want to buy more. But
Yeah,
I do kind of see the a higher price could damage collecting. If the Royal Mint have like a set premium over spot price for their coins, and if because I mean stuff like this was often just quite cool to get for like a few pounds each,
yeah.
because it's all silver coin from the British Empire. But if the silver price goes up enough that these are expensive, and even just half crowns for a date run of sterling coins is quite expensive, it could damage the collector side, although the bullion side would be, rocketing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Great answer there, buddy. Another thing you do on your channel, which I think is absolutely brilliant, is every now and again you do a little coin quiz, don't you? Where you kind of, normally, is it, last time I saw it was you asking the question, and then Charles and Max were answering, and you see who can get the highest score?
Yeah, yeah. The first one we did was just like a general quiz, and then the other one was like a play along where they were being quizzed.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant because we can compare how many scores we get to what those guys get as well, which I think is a lot of fun. So I hope to see another one of those on the channel very soon, buddy.
Yeah, I think now the weather's good again. Those are quite good videos to do outside, with a nice background and stuff. So definitely
Yes.
more to come.
Yeah, no, I can remember the last one you on the bench, weren't you, outside, and it did look very good.
Yeah.
Right, I just want to take a moment just to plug the sponsor, really, Stackers Social, which I know you're a member of the Discord, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Now, I checked earlier before the live started, and we're at 340 members in Stackers Social. Now, I've got some items in front of me, which are all different giveaway bundles, and the first one I'm going to refer everyone to is this one right here. And you may well have seen it on the channel already. You get a little poker chip with it. It's a hand-poured piece from Silverpunk himself, and he made it for a little bit of a gag video that 365 Days of Silver did, and I'm sure I don't need to say any more, but that is, of course, the absolutely incredible 2-ounce GPS tracker round, and I'm going to be giving away this very piece right here as soon as we get to 350 members. As I say, we're at 340 right now, so it's only another 10 left to go, and I just want to say how awesome it would be if I can give this away on a duck race next week. So I challenge everybody out there to try and get as many people as you can to join Stackers Social. We only need another 10, and I can give away this fantastic piece of silver, which is absolutely brilliant. I think Silverpunk did an amazing job putting them together, and as I say, it's only 10 more members left, so with a little bit of luck we might be giving that away on a duck race next week. We've obviously got the duck race for the Stack Chat tonight, which has my channel bundle, the sticker for my channel, the Stackers Social sticker, which Ethan very kindly showed there, as well as the poker chips and the 1 gram channel bar. We'll be giving those away at 9 o'clock in a duck race, and the last one right there is the one for my 1,000 subscriber giveaway, which I really would love to give away soon. But you've got 2 grams of gold, a ounce of silver, the TSC 1 gram silver bar, a Japanese commemorative coin, and some hand poured aluminium pieces from GHS. So a lot of giveaways coming up, guys, and hopefully we can definitely get them given away soon. But without fail, we will at least be giving away the channel bits later on tonight at 9 o'clock, and I can't wait to do the duck race. It definitely is a lot of fun. Put a data tag on it, says Blistering Barnacles. That would be brilliant. Speaking of tagged silver, did you see the video 365 Days of Silver did recently with the piece he got from World Money Wins?
The bar with like a blue sticker on was that one.
Yeah, it's got a little scan. It actually has an RFID in it, and you can scan it to see if it's genuine or not. I thought that was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's quite. I know there's the ones where you have that like plastic thing you can put over it, and it's more of a physical manual feature. But that one's got more high tech in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that was a lot of fun, and goes very well with the GPS round that's been circling the internet quite recently. But absolutely brilliant. As per with everybody, sorry, you will be having the chance to ask Magic Yoda any question you like tonight. So have a thought about what you'd like to ask him, and as soon as you know what you want to do, just let me know, and we'll get Magic Yoda in play. 365 says, I'm going to peel off the sticker and put it on a banana. He's a joker, that guy is. Ray, it's great to have you here, mate. He says, definitely correct about high spot price affecting collectibles. It happens with antique items, with some fantastic pieces ending up in the melting pot. Yeah, that is very true. It always saddens me a little bit when you see beautiful old coins getting melted down for the silver and gold content. How about you?
It's also not just the old coins. I hate when any time the antique shop says they've got some really worn coins and they're going to melt them. I pretty much just buy them to save them. But it's also, I was at a different antique shop, I think it was a few years ago, and they had just like silver, teapots and cups, and because they were so heavy, they were just scrapping them at 60 pence a gram.
Wow.
And of course now that's 80 pence a gram, so
Yeah.
it's even more likely you're just going to get sort of melted, which is a shame.
It really is. I find it to be such a shame when you have a little bit of history like that with the antiques getting melted down. It is a massive shame in my eyes, and I think I'd be the exact same as you. If my antiques dealer was telling me that he was going to melt down some world coins, I'd have to buy them just to preserve them, and I think that's a fantastic thing that you do there, mate.
Yeah.
We actually met in person not so long ago, didn't we?
We did, yeah, at
Yeah.
the Royal Mint.
Yeah. What were your thoughts of that little experience?
We went to the Royal Mint 2 years ago, and then we went recently, and I think it was very good both times. I think the museum's the best part. I think actually, I don't know if you've heard, but the Royal Mint have now stopped making coins for foreign countries.
Yes.
They're only coins, so the tour, they're not really going to be making coins very often at all in the circulating branch, which is that if you've been on the Royal Mint tour, you know how big that room is, and they only need a few machines now. So I don't know if it's just going to be a bit emptied out. And I think that not just a shame for the Royal Mint, but for the amount they were turning out. Although they were losing 13 million a year, they kind of kept going for it, but they kind of had to pull the plug this year. I think they've got a few back orders to fill, and then that's it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I was very surprised to hear that as well, because I was very surprised on the tour to find out just how many other countries that they were minting coins for. It was a lot of them, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were doing like 54 countries, and then suddenly, I think, as much as I've heard, they're going to stop for everyone.
Yeah, yeah. Which, like you said, that's quite sad. I definitely agree with you. I think the best part is the exhibition after the tour, isn't it? You know, where you can go around and see all the different pieces. I had a lot of fun with that. Did you try and test your strength with the gold bar there?
Yeah, that was very cool, and I mean, it's heavier than you think. Although it's obviously much denser than other stuff, but it still weighs 12.5 kilos. But it was just quite hard to get an angle on it to pick it up. So yeah.
Yeah, and even if you could pick it up, you could only pick it up very, very slightly anyway, couldn't you? Because of the bars that they have there to keep it in place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's quite actually, I think, to let the visitors hold an £800,000 $1 million gold bar is quite cool to hold.
Wasn't it so cool just to have it in your hand and know what it feels like to have that kind of money's worth in your hand at one time?
It is, and it's also quite cool to see the power of sort of numismatics, because just opposite the gold bar, which is just worth its melt value of about 800,000, there was the Edward VIII sovereign, which is worth a million, so it's worth way more. Although it's only 7 grams compared to 12 kilos, so it's quite cool to see how impressive that coin is as a comparison with the amount of gold in each piece.
Absolutely, and it really does go to show the power of numismatic value on a piece, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I thought it was great to be able to see the Edward VIII sovereigns there, because it's not a coin you're going to come across very often, is it? Am I right in thinking that a few of them did escape into circulation, like one or two?
I think that there's one potentially 1933 penny that has been unaccounted for and could be in circulation.
Yeah.
I don't believe, or I might be, I haven't heard either way that one went in circulation, but I haven't heard that one has gone in circulation.
Yeah, yeah.
It went with circulation by 37, so
Yeah, because they'd got very far in producing them and minting the coins, didn't they, before he advocated?
yeah, they were pretty much ready to go.
Yeah.
Because he advocated just before the end of the year, and I think they were going to produce them right at the end of the year, ready for the next year. So they were probably just weeks away, really.
Yeah, absolutely. There is one under a church, McDonald bullion. I think there was one under a church that got stolen, wasn't it? And that is the one that's unaccounted for right now, isn't it?
And that one got dug up and taken. So no one that happened in the 70s, I think. So it wouldn't quite have been in circulation, but don't know. It's been 50 years missing.
Yeah, yeah, in somebody's collection somewhere, and who knows where. I mean, but 1933 is got to be the holy grail when it comes to pennies, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Although 1954 is, I believe, well, it's rarer. There's only one of those, but it just hasn't got the hype, so it's probably less valuable, I think. Just
Yeah,
because everyone knows coins, then you know about the 33 penny.
yeah, no, absolutely, and you're right about the 54. You know, it's not as popular. It's not got as much hype to it, and not worth quite as much. Which is another thing. You know, that's where the Kew Gardens gets all its value from, isn't it? Because it's not the lowest minted 50p ever to be released in circulation, but it is by a long way the most valuable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's because there's one that's twice as rare, one of the old ones, so you can't even find it in circulation. But
Yeah,
that's only worth, I say only, but it's worth about 60 or 70
yeah.
compared to the.
Absolutely, you know, it's the 1992 European presidency, and yeah, like you say, you know, nearly half as rare as the Kew Gardens, but worth a fraction of the price because a circulating Kew Garden goes for about £150 at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know you've got a Kew Gardens, which is very cool in the bunk cover thingy. I managed to
Yes,
get one end of last year, which I was very happy to get.
absolutely. You got that for an amazing price. Was it the original 2009 you got, or was it the 2019 restrike?
No, it was the original 2009 I bought for £50, which
Wow.
was a steal in my opinion.
It literally was an absolute steal. I don't know how you managed to get that for £50. You don't know how jealous I am because you can't get a 2019 restrike for £50. They're about £80 each.
Yeah, I know. I think what it was because it was kind of buried in a lot of other coins. They were all priced up in an antique shop in Salisbury, and
Yeah.
I was just rummaging around, and then I saw it, and I kind of had to remain calm because I didn't want to give it away to the owner. I was like, "Yeah, I guess I could pay £50 for that,"
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things, isn't it? You see something and it's just priced far too low. You're just trying to keep yourself cool, keep your poker face on, and just just pay for it and get out before someone catches you. You feel like you're robbing the place, don't you? But no, that was a fantastic. That really was a fantastic pickup. That I mean, for one third its value, you could quite easily sell that on eBay right now for £150, couldn't you?
It is, yeah, it's tempting, but I've got the full set of 50p's now, so I don't want to. Got to keep that done and dusted.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't fault you there. I've not quite got the full set of 50p's out of yet myself. I've got a couple of the not for circulations from 2021 and 2022 left to get. I need another Kew Gardens for my collector's album because, like you say, the one I've got is in a bunk pack, and there's no way I'm going to cut it out of that bunk pack. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll probably get the 2019 restrike for the album, and then I've got one of each coins anyway.
Yeah, that's yeah. I think two. If I quickly say two things, I just want to say I don't have every 50p. I have all the circulating ones. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just say as a top tip, one thing I've learned: if you ever find an absolute steal in an antique shop, don't just buy it. So let's just say, here's some coins. This one should be worth £100. They priced it for £2. Don't just buy that because then they'll be looking at this coin.
Yeah,
If they're all £2, just buy a few
yeah.
and just say, I'll get five for a tenner. And then that will be kind of hidden in there. And there's less chance of them saying, like, oh, hang on, this is a mint mark one. I want the full price. That's just a top tip I've learned.
Yeah, no, that's a brilliant tip. It really is a brilliant tip. Put a little pile and it kind of buries the little star find you've got in there and will distract their notice away from you a little bit. So very, very good tip there. McDonald Bullins asked, do you know where to go for pre-1900 threepence pieces? They're difficult to get for date runs. And I mean, personally, I would say your best bet is to go through. A lot of the times you'll have like tubs full of coins, won't be, and it'll be like a pick and mix, and it'll be priced, so much for each and so much for like 5 coins, etc. And just spend the time going through them and seeing what you can find. I think is one of the best ways to find that kind of coin. But how about yourself?
That's one of the best ways, other than looking up the specific date on eBay and paying individually.
Yeah,
One of the things you could do is just, this is more so for coin dealers than antique shops. If you're at like a coin fair, or like the London Coin Fair, or just at a coin shop, which are much less common in England than over in the US. But always, what I do is, this isn't really anything groundbreaking, but you just kind of have to ask for what you want.
Yeah.
So I wanted a Jubilee crown, and I did ask if they had any there, and he pulled out a few, so I was able to get one from, I think it was in Hungerford, I think. But then he just pulled out some coins from the back. So it's always, just worth asking, have a look what they've got, and then if they haven't got what you wanted, just say, do you have any of these style of coins? And if they do, then that's great. Especially if they're out the back and not priced up yet, you can make an offer that could be better than what they priced it in the end.
Absolutely, 100%. I would say you probably look to pay more if you're finding the specific coin, and the
Yeah, no,
yeah, when you jumble through them, that's when you can get them for really good prices. And
yeah, that's
sorry, mate, go
how
on.
you get. Yeah, sorry. How do you get the medium? So the common ones you can get, and then the medium rarity ones you can get in like a bundle. But it's just the nature of rare coins. Obviously, the hard dates to get are really often, not going to be in these bundles, which is the bad thing. But that's a great way to get the semi-numismatic dates or the semi-rare ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Ray said, have you ever managed to find any rare coins in job lots? I certainly have myself. I was saying to Ethan before we started that when I was sorting through all my old pennies, I actually found a few cartwheel pennies in there, and they're kind of rare. The 1 penny is not as rare as the 2 pence piece, but I've certainly found some really good coins in job lots, and for me personally, it can be one of the best ways of finding good old coins. But how about yourself? Have you found any little stars in job lots when you've been rummaging through?
Not in a job lot that I've bought. I didn't really buy job lots, to be honest. I can't actually remember the last time I did buy like a job lot. Maybe I should. In terms of like if they've got just a tub of coins in any coin shop or antique shop, then I have found a few good ones. It's mainly the silver. They've got a tub of old sixpences for
Yeah.
50p, which is arguably overpriced for some of the 67 ones. But then if you find a few silver ones in there, then you can get them at a steal.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been pretty lucky with 3 pences in job lots, and yeah, I found quite a few of those in there. And then the next one's probably the 6 pences, and then after that the shillings. But yeah, if you prevail, there normally is at least a little one or two if it's a big enough bundle. Unfortunately, a lot of the times what you'll find is people will have the job lots and they'll go through them and take all the silver pieces out and then just sell the rest of them. But a lot of the times you can find some really good old pennies. I found some when I was doing my penny job lot. I found quite a few Younghead Victorias in there. There was a couple of George IV in there. Some really nice pieces. So yeah, you definitely can find some really nice pieces, and a lot of the time people just don't have the time or effort. They'll inherit the coins from a family member or something like that. They don't know what they're doing, and they'll take it down to a car boot. And the amount of times I've seen tins there and it will say like 20p a coin, or 6 for a pound or something like that, you know what I mean? So yeah, you definitely can do, can't you?
I definitely need to go to more car boot sales. Actually, that's the one sort of avenue of buying. I've done like antique shops, I've done online, I've done coin shops, but car boot sales is definitely a great option. Like you say, people that are just kind of getting rid of them rather than selling them almost.
Yeah, because a lot of the time at the car boot sales, they just don't have any clue about them whatsoever, and they can sell them for a lot less than what you can resell them for or what they're actually worth. I've just seen Coin Noobs just put in the comments, are we talking about washers? Have you heard what he loves to do to old pre-decimal coins?
Oh, well, I'm gonna guess. I haven't actually, but I'm gonna guess hold them in making washers.
Yes, how tragic is that? He loves to wind me up with it. Yeah, we don't condone turning gold pennies into washers, do we?
No, absolutely not.
No. TSC is scared to read my comments out. Why? What have you put, Stephen? He said we're going to be talking about 50p's. Stephen's not a fan of 50p's, but that being said, you're not really so much into the new modern coins, are you? Although you do collect some, it's definitely more predominantly the old pre-decimal stuff you're into, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think I don't really do circulation coins. I've got most of the 10p's, the alphabet ones. I've got all the circulation 50p's and most of the £2, but only buy a bunk pack if it really, really is something I like. I'm getting the Tudor Beasts, but that's about it for me with modern.
Yeah, Yeah, and majority of your collection, like I say, is well, like you said earlier, it's from the 1800s till around 1967, end of pre-decimal, isn't it?
Yeah, the for me basically my kind of my ultimate goal. This is going to be very hard. At the moment, this doesn't include gold, but it's to get every date of every denomination from the Great Recoinage of 1817, and they're standardized to this standard up till 67.
Yeah,
So it's quite a big task, but
that is a mammoth task. I'm trying to do something similar, but from 1900 at the moment. And once I've done that, then I can look to go earlier on, and then maybe, like you say, from the recoinage era up to 1971. Sorry.
a lot of people say that. I've seen in the comments of our videos that it's 1900 to 1967 is quite a very popular time frame to do. Maybe I should have done that first and then looked expanded, but I've just kind of jumped in the deep end with getting everything I can.
Yeah, no, I think you've done the right thing because you've got some coins in your collection, mate, that make me so jealous. I mean, one coin I really love, and I unfortunately don't have any yet myself, is the Reef Crown, and I know you've got a couple of them, haven't you?
Yeah, I do love the Wreath Crown. It's annoyingly rare in some of the years because a full set would be very nice, but they are great coins individually as well.
Yeah, they are. They're such a stunningly beautiful design, aren't they?
Oh yeah, it's a
What's
shame.
your? Sorry, mate, go on.
No, that's just to say it's a shame they didn't sort of circulate so they could be more accessible.
Yes, absolutely. That would have been a lot better. But then again, maybe they wouldn't be as special then.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So, what's your favourite effigy on all your coins? Which is your favourite king or queen, and which version of them?
This is a good question. I think as a top three, maybe I think although I've just said I don't really buy modern coins, the crowned King Charles is really really good in my opinion. I like
Yeah,
the crowned King Charles.
yeah,
I think George the Fourth's first bust, where he's kind of a bit fatter in the face and he's got the laureate. That's a great portrait.
yeah. Absolutely, no, 100%. I think I've said it on the channel, but I think my favourite has got to be George V because I love that moustache.
Yeah, the Edward the Seventh, George the Fifth, and George the Sixth. They're all really really realistic as well as being good.
Yes, yeah, they are, aren't they? They look like like it's a photo more so than some of the other ones. But there are some great effigies out there. I'm a I like all the Victoria ones. I do think they're great, especially the Gothic head Victoria. I think that's just stunning.
Yeah, the Gothic crown is a dream coin, but that's very expensive, more than the wreath crowns. That one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, what is it, the 1847 Gothic crown? I think that's another one, isn't it? That any collector would absolutely love in their collection, no matter what condition it's in.
Yeah, no, I'd buy that in the most worn condition if it was, affordable.
Yeah, I think even ones that look almost like a plain planchette, if you can make out the date 1847 on it, I think they start from about £5,000.
Yeah, just because it's the only way for some people to get them.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and yeah, it's that's one of my bucket list coins, the 1847 crown, because although it is, ridiculously expensive, it is still kind of in the realms of possibility, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's some coins that are well, there's kind of three categories really. There's kind of easy to get coins, never in a million years coins,
Yeah,
and then there's some that are like it would need a good bit of saving, but there's a possibility.
yeah, no, absolutely, and I think the Gothic crown is one of those where even though it's £10,000 and it's a huge amount of money, it is in the realms of possibility, even if it's quite high up in there. But like you say, there's some coins where it's just disappointing that I know I'm never going to own one, like a 1933 penny or a 1954 penny. The chances are it's just never going to be in my collection. That does make me a little bit sad, unfortunately.
Yeah, but
Um,
it does appreciate the coins you can get though.
oh, absolutely, and there's some very nice coins out there that are they have a very nice premium to them, but are realistic, such as the godless florin. I mean, you can pick up a nice godless florin for a couple of £100, so it's not a complete bank breaker, is it?
No, yeah. And one thing I will say, I mean, coin collecting's been a thing for centuries and centuries. And it's right now maybe the best time ever to collect coins because anything you can't get or don't have, there's been a really big boom on YouTube of all these different channels, and we've got loads in the chat tonight and stuff. And then, there's you can have your own collection, but then you've also, in a way, got tens of other collections to see everyone else's stacks and collections. And it's really good to see, just people to share their coins rather than just back in the day they'd just be hoarded away, obviously with no way to share them.
Yeah, no, that's a brilliant point. Actually, I think it's fantastic. That we, with YouTube and the advent of YouTube, etc., that we get a glimpse of all these beautiful collections. Because, like you say, until recently, they'd been locked away in someone's collection and would hardly ever see the light of day.
Yeah, definitely. You get like old collections coming to auction in like cabinets was the old way to collect for the Victorian collectors and stuff, and they'd just be, in a stately home in a cabinet somewhere, and not obviously back then not on, YouTube or anything.
Yeah, and the only way you'd get to see them is if they went for auction, and then there'd be some photos maybe to be able to see before the auction, etc. But yeah, I think that's a great point, and I've said it before. But one of the things I love is just the diversity in all the different coin collectors, because there's no one phrase coin collector, is there really? Because just like yourself, you're into the pre-decimal coins, you like to get the modern commemoratives, but then there's people who like Coin Noob, who we've got in the chat with us today. He's completely just into the modern coins and not really interested in the old pre-decimal stuff at all. There's other people that just get the silver bullion coins. I like to have a healthy mix of them, but I definitely do think the diversity that we have in the coin collecting, community is just fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I can bring in to this to answer McDonald Bullion's question. He's asking me, is there any other foreign coins that I collect, or just British coinage? And I must say, it is just British coinage, only mainly because I'm too much of a completionist to branch out too far. Like I say, I'm already doing every modern British coin from the Great Recoinage, so I don't want to. I don't even, not even like Scottish coins or anything. It's just the English stuff is my focus. And if I ever one day somehow finish every sovereign, every silver coin of England, I wouldn't be opposed to branching out, but that will be a very long time, if at all.
Yeah, brilliant. I was just about to move on to the questions because I see we've got a couple of other ones as well, but that's a great answer on that one. Before we move on, I just want to say, do you know when you say not the Scottish coins, does that include the shillings as well?
I must say I've got my date run is only the English one for each year. I probably have a full set of Scottish ones in this big silver tub, and I probably should add them into the date run at some point. But those are a borderline one because they are minted and used same as the English ones. But I kind of meant not any old Scottish ones
Yeah.
before 1707.
Yeah. See, with my collector's album for the shilling, they've got spaces for both the English and Scottish per year, so I kind of have to get both the English and Scottish one, or else I've only got a half-filled book, unfortunately.
Yeah. Because I do the trays, I can kind of make my own rules up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You've got some fantastic trays. I really do like your trays that you keep yours in, and they are getting more and more full. I always like to see you adding another date to the tray. It's always fantastic to see that. We've got a question here for you from 365 Days of Silver, and he said, question for Ethan, what is your long-term plan with your collection to eventually sell or hold and pass on?
That is a good question. It's one I haven't really decided, but I think because I have become a bit of a stacker as well as collecting, although I started collecting. What I would say is I would just want to keep it for quite a while. In the future, down the line, I might look to sell the bullion stuff, or just the doubles and bullion in Britannias, and then keep and enjoy my date runs and collections. So I get sort of a bit of money back at the end without having to ever sell my actual collection. And then there's still something for my like descendants to cash that in or whatever as like an inheritance as well. So it's kind of a bit of everything.
Yeah, you've got your main collection, which is your date run trays, and then you've got your kind of your secondary collection, which is all your spares and all the other stuff, and that kind of stuff you'd be open to selling and swapping. But the main collection is kind of your more what people may refer to as a deep stack. Something that you're going to hold on to for a long time.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I like that. I think it's great, and I've got a lot of spare old pre-decimal coins. A lot of them aren't worth a lot individually, but I've got so many of them. I really ought to look to start selling them on and using that money to buy, coins I don't have at all for the collection.
That's a great thing to do. I think if you've got any doubles, you can keep them for the selling in the long run, or just kind of gather together stuff you don't really want and just put it towards stuff you do want to just kind of up level the collection without spending money from the bank, as it were.
Yeah, no, and if you can do that, it beats spending your hard-earned money every day, doesn't it? Uh, yes, I got a question here from you from Stephen. I know the answer to this myself, but he wants to know: do you have any gold?
I do. I've got as a one piece here. I don't even know what this is. This is a half sovereign from 1908. With gold, I kind of the good thing with gold is even if it's collectible gold, it's kind of bullion price. So like a sovereign is a kind of collectible coin because of the history, but it's also
Yeah.
you know not as just bullion standard, although it's the same price.
Yeah. There's not much of a premium on most sovereigns. I mean, there's some sovereigns out there, especially something like the Australia sovereign. They have a huge premium to them, don't they? But most sovereigns, like you say, you're only looking to get them for a couple of percent over spot price, which I think is absolutely brilliant. And I'm like you, when I'm picking up sovereigns, I'll go for a year that I don't have yet. I won't look to like buy two of the same year because, like you say, one, it's a great gold investment, and two, they are still numismatic collectible coins going back hundreds of years.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like I was saying, with my big collection from 1817, I always buy a different year gold coin. I don't know when I'll call it, but I've got about 7 or 8 half sovereigns. At some point, they might find their way onto a tray with the other dates looking to be filled in, but I don't want to do that for the expense.
Yeah, because it's a lot more difficult to do a day one of sovereigns than it is any other coin, really, isn't it? But
Yeah.
it's one of those things where you just say to chip away at it over time, maybe get one or two a year, and just get as many as you possibly can do.
Yeah, definitely. The only one benefit is with sovereigns and half sovereigns. Overall, there's less key dates, so there's more of a standard price per
Yeah,
coin. There's less dates, but
yeah.
kind of all of them are very expensive, obviously, because of the gold.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that being said, they're worth what they are in gold, and that price is probably just going to go up over time. So you're not really spending your money; you're just converting it from one form to another, aren't you? Really?
That's what I think is brilliant about coins. There's very few sort of hobbies where the money is all there for you if you ever decide to stop, and usually more money than you put in.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes it one of the best hobbies in going, in my opinion, because I've had so many hobbies in my time. I've done things like archery, rock climbing, scuba diving. They all cost you a hell of a lot of money. All the kit you buy, as soon as you buy it, it starts depreciating in value by a lot. But with coin collecting, if you can get stuff for the right price, it's only going to go up in price, and I think that's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it is really good. I think there was I don't know what year it was. It was 2021 or 2022, but there was a news article and it said in the UK the most popular hobby or the most popular things to collect is coins. So more than Pokemon cards or stamps or bottle caps, the most popular things to collect was coins, which is
Yeah.
good to see as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the 50p's go a long way to that, don't they? The commemoratives. I think that gets so many people into coin collecting, doesn't it?
They're pretty much like the adverts to coin collecting. Like everyone's seen, a McDonald's advert, and then from McDonald's, then you can, you find out what they've got on the menu. And 50p's are kind of like the adverts. You see them all over the place in your change,
Yeah.
and then get enough of them, or if you see the right design, then you can just be hooked into coin collecting.
Yeah, absolutely. All it takes is get the right coin in your change at the right time, and you look down it and you think, oh, that's different, and then you start looking into it. I think the 2016 Peter Rabbit series seemed to really boom 50p coin collectors. That got so much hype at the time, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a mixture of two things, in my opinion, because the series is always really popular. Is if
Yeah,
you get one, you get the others, and
yeah.
then it was quite a good topic. But it's nothing. There's no. It's not like some of the topics might be maybe controversial, but that you can't really. No one can be angry about Peter Rabbit, and they're happy to collect that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're 100% right there. There's not much controversy comes from Peter Rabbit, and I think it's interesting that out of 2016, the seems to be the most valuable coin out of that little set of five is the Benjamin Puddle Duck, but it's not the rarest, is it?
No, there's. I think that's again just the sort of demand versus mintage. Is if it's in the right ratio, often a low mintage can be more or less money rather if there's one that's more desirable.
Yeah. No, absolutely. 365 says, Stephen, take a shot every time 50p is mentioned. Within an hour, you won't mind anymore. Absolutely. We probably are going to be talking about 50p's quite a lot tonight. But same as I say, it's, I think 50p's are, they're very important when it comes to collecting. So many people start off with it. You start getting a few of them, and then you start looking at coins differently, don't you? And think, oh, what other coins can I collect, and what other stuff can I can look to get for the collection?
Yeah, it'd be really good to know. I mean, it's probably impossible to do, but kind of like a proper massive survey how people collected or started to collect coins, and there'd be, I think, inheritance of collections and
Yeah.
50p's would be basically the two main ones.
Yeah, I think personally, this is just speculation completely, but I think between inheriting coins and 50p's, I think you're probably looking at least 95% of people, aren't you? I mean, maybe the £2, but if you said either the £2 and 50p's, I think that's, you're looking at 99% of people getting into collection just through those couple of reasons.
Yeah, definitely. I think, oh, Jamie's there asking if I've got any Japanese pieces, and I do have a pot of foreign coins that I've just acquired over the years. It's just a small tub. I'm not sure if there's any Japanese ones in there, but I will. I'll have a look and I can show one off in a future video if I do have any. But I don't think I do because they're often with world coins. Japanese ones are kind of the better finds, so they're not in most bundles.
Yeah, they are super cool. The old Japanese coins, definitely. I've got quite same as you. I've got a couple of piles of foreign coins that I need to go through at some point. I have a separate little collection of foreign silver pieces. So your silver dollars, that kind of thing, and Canadian dollars, and other pieces of silver. But I definitely do need to go through my foreign coin collection and maybe do a video for the channel sometime.
Yeah, that would be cool. I haven't got many left because I most of the foreign stuff, especially all the silver stuff, I just sold to the other members of Bits and Bobs just because they were happy to have it,
Yeah.
and it's not really something I was keeping.
Yeah, and with speaking of the other members, how is Charles and Max doing? Are they okay? I know one of the reasons that just to explain to people, one of the reasons that you weren't able to walk them on together is you're at college doing different things, and it can be quite difficult to get you all in the same place at the same time, isn't it? But how are they getting on with things? Are they both well?
They're all very good. Yeah, they were. I was talking to them 3 days ago, I think, and I was mentioning we're going to be on the Stack Chat, and they were checking their schedules, and I think Max is free at 8, so he's a bit late, but yeah. But it's also just kind of hard, obviously, to not just be free, but then also meet up and get everything ready together. But I think one day we'll have to be all three of us for a Stack Chat.
Oh, that would be absolutely incredible. It really would be. Coin News put in the comments, I was going to mention this when we were talking about the Jemima, but one of the reasons that the Jemima's got more of a premium to it than the other ones. I know Coin Noobs mentioned this on the chats before. Is there was a bit of a rumour when they were first minted that the Jemima Puddle Duck was going to be the lowest minted of the series, and that's what kind of caused that hype and popularity with the Jemima Puddle Duck coin, which just seems to have stuck. And I do also personally think, that as much as that is the case, I think also it's just a popular character, isn't it, Jemima Puddle Duck?
Yeah, rumors are often either very good or very bad for coins because there's all the rumors about the new pennies and stuff, and the rumors about the Battle of
Yes.
Hastings,
Oh yeah.
and then people think it's worth like 60 grand when it's just worth face value.
Yeah, no, it's definitely worth mentioning some of the prices you see on eBay, because when you see a Benjamin Bunny up for £10,000, it's just incredible, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I don't know about you, but the amount of comments we get on Bits and Bobs saying
Yeah.
and people think, I know, just not really their fault. They've just heard a new pence penny. Is this worth anything? And it is worth something. It's worth 1 penny, which is
Yes.
all it's worth.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless it's in uncirculated condition, then it might be worth a few quid. But absolutely, 100% right. Another one of those is the 1982 20 pence as well, isn't it?
Yeah, the first year, but often the first year ones are the most common because they've got to make them all
Yeah.
because there's nothing like a top up. It's just the first batch. So
Yeah, they have to, like you say, they have to make a load of them to put in circulation, which makes them very common and very, very seldom are they going to be worth a lot more money. But people seem to think that, like you say, the new pences or the 82 20 pences are worth a lot of money. I think your best bet for 20 pences, in my opinion, is to look for the one without the date because they do fetch quite a bit of money, don't they?
yeah, I think they're like 60, 70, 80 pounds up to 100 maybe with condition. So that's a good find for 20p.
Yeah, definitely. So if anyone was interested and did want to try and make a bit of money out of their change, that's definitely one to look out for because there's a few of them out that being found. It was down to they used the wrong die, didn't they, to start off with the printing process. So they didn't have the date on because they flipped the date side, didn't they?
Yeah, the date swapped sides. So then they got the original side, but it wasn't meant to be that because they've changed it. So, but I think the estimate of how many were made was about the same as a Kew Gardens, just over 200,000. So similar rarity to Kew Gardens,
Yeah.
but not popular because errors aren't as popular usually. I don't know. Would you keep an error? I think personally, I must say, I would probably just look to sell the error 20p or any error coins just to get, normal coins as it were.
Yeah. I've only got a couple of errors myself. I've got the Royal Oak dead cat, the one I've got. You know what I mean with the flag on the Royal Oak. A lot of people like to call it the HMS Belfast.
Yeah, the flag. It looks like a flag when there's not actually a flag. Yeah.
Yeah, what I've got is it's called the dead cat because it's when the crack in the die first appeared and it hasn't formed a flag. It's just got a blob on the mast of the sail and it looks a bit like a cat sleeping on the mast, and that's the one I've got. So I've got that one, and then I've got a pretty funky cud error farthing, which has got a good lump of brass on it as a cud error. So I think they're the only two error coins I've got. Likewise with yourself, it's not really something that I look to get for the collection. Maybe I will at some point in the future, but for now I'm concentrating more on the date runs and the finishing off the 50p so I can move on to the £2 coins, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I'll just quickly say, I think 365's comment has gone to the top of the chat, but I haven't tried the vending machine hack. I often pay for. Back in the day, me and my friends, the other bits and bob people, we used to go. I remember we went once to the co-op and paid the £20 notes, and this is very cheap back then. But for small cans of Fanta, don't even like Fanta, but they were 30p each, and we asked for the change and £20 note, all in 50p's. And much to the annoyance of the cashiers, we got quite a lot, 50p's. We used to do that to get the coins back in the early days.
Oh, that's brilliant, that is. I've seen the vending machine trick that he's putting on his videos. I might try it at some point, but I'm probably more likely to start going back to the bank and getting the £250 bags of 50p's. It's just a lot quicker and easier than standing there at the vending machine. But I may try it one time just for a bit of fun because you never know what you're going to find out of there. You really don't. Silverpunk's put a question to both of us as well. He said, and this is a very, very cruel question, I'll warn you now, but he said, if something horrid happened to you and you could only save one coin from your collections, what would it be?
That is a very brilliant question, and I'm going to have to give two answers.
Okay.
The first answer would be my most valuable coin, which is probably my sovereign, and then I could guess I'd probably sell that and then buy into other coins.
Yeah.
But in terms of my favorite coin, I might want to save would probably for sentimental value be my cartwheel 2p.
Yes.
That was the first bought worth more than two. Like I think it was the most expensive coin I bought up to then was like £3,
Yeah.
and I paid like for that, and it was right at the start, and it's an amazing coin in and of itself. And with the history to me, I'd probably look to get that one saved.
Yeah, no, that would be quite high up on my list. I'm just holding one up for everyone to see. We've got the cartwheel 2p, and then if you look at that, compare that in size to the cartwheel 1p, they're quite big, aren't they? I mean, even the 1p is quite a hefty coin. I mean, that's a 1 ounce coin, but the cartwheel 2p was two ardiplois ounces of copper, wasn't it? It was 28.28 grams, not instead of troy ounce, but yeah, 2 full ounces of copper in one coin, and it was the largest ever circulating coin in Britain, wasn't it? The 2p.
Yeah, it was. Although it's not a circulating coin, they did in hammered times make the hammered silver pound,
Yeah.
which weighed I think like 3 or 4 ounces, but they never circulated properly. So it's definitely, although it wasn't a collector's coin, it was just a coin for show. The biggest circulating coin, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you really do have a nice example of a twopence, don't you?
I do, I do. I like the one I got quite a lot. I don't know, I don't have it to hand, unfortunately, but it is. I do like mine. Yeah. One
Yeah.
thing I will say for 365, if he's listening, obviously that does show they were worth their weight in copper. So an ounce of copper was worth 1 pence back in
Yeah.
the day, and now I think an ounce is 20 pence. So it's a 20 times value increase. It is going up. For although there is premiums involved these days, you can't get them from your change so readily.
No, and the twopence does carry quite a premium to it because was it 870,000 or 820,000 they were minted to?
I believe it's 720,000.
720 is it? I'll get my figures mixed up there, but yeah, so not a high mintage of them at all, and with them being a few hundred years old, they're getting scarcer and scarcer to find these days.
Definitely, because the Cartwheel penny they made 40 million, so they're
Yeah.
still fairly available. But then the 2 pence only 720. It's yeah, quite a hard one.
Yeah, I think I've got like five or so of the cartwheel one pence. I've got one's in good condition, one's in okay condition, and the rest of them are in various levels of worn. But yeah, definitely a coin back you can. I would say for the one pence, for a decent condition one, you're looking around £40, aren't you?
Yeah, the higher they go, obviously, the more, and they're very, very worn often. I must, as a little insider information, the Cartwheel penny in my date run is the absolute most worn one possible because it was the better condition ones were too large to fit in my tray,
Yeah,
so I didn't want. I had to just get a really worn one to fit in the tray, and
yeah.
I've got a few inside.
Yeah, I've got one that's lost quite a little bit of size on it because how worn it is as well. So yeah, I get what you mean there. But yeah, no, that's fantastic. 365 would like to know: do you have any bars or rounds, or is it just coins for you?
Well, firstly, I'll say we can all give a massive kudos to your display there of an amazing collection of bars,
Thank you.
which I can not rival at all because well, I think this is the only bar I have, which is
Okay.
so this is, I mean, this is a much more. This isn't a bullion bar. Obviously, this is a because it's your personalized bar.
Yeah.
But I don't actually have any that I've just bought as a bar
So
because
you may only have one bar, but it's arguably the best silver bar on the market.
oh,
Yeah, no, not at all. But it was a pleasure to hand that over to you. That was when I met you at the Royal Mint, wasn't it?
a free silver, so that's a massive, massive bonus, and thank you for that.
No, you're more than welcome. It really was fantastic meeting you all down there. I had a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I was very tired, so I didn't have a lot of energy left in me after the tour, and I had to drive back to where I am. But still, it was a fantastic day. I just wish it was a little bit closer, and if it was, I'd be there all the time. But yeah, no, I had a lot of fun doing the Strike Your Own. It was it was Tyrannosaurus Rex 50p, wasn't it? We got to strike.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is now, but that was what we struck.
Yeah,
It
no,
was also quite good.
sorry, mate.
I was just going to say, if like you say, if it was closer, it'd be quite good to go to buy modern coins if you did, because obviously there's no postage if you actually go there,
Yeah,
which is one of the gift shop.
yeah, absolutely. And maybe I'm happy it's so far away because I would be spending far too much money going down and picking up coins all the time. So it just does save me a little bit of money. But yeah, I'll definitely have to go down again. I'm thinking I might go every year to get the Snowman Strike Your Own.
Yeah, that would be quite a good sort of schedule for it.
Yeah, yeah, because it's nearly a 4 hour drive for me, so it does take me quite some time to get there. But yeah, once a year is not too bad at all. You mentioned the London Coin Fair a little earlier in the chat. Is that something you've been to much?
I've never been to the London Coin Fair, and that's one of my sort of bucket list kind of places to go.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's changed from when we're at a new venue now, and apparently it's a lot better. So I couldn't really tell you what it's like, but from my experience last time, I think you'd really enjoy it because you're into your old coins, and it was definitely more old numismatic coin orientated than it was bullion orientated. But fantastic question here from 365 Days in Silver, because he quite rightly points out that you've met my moustache in real life, and he would like to know, is TSE's moustache as good in real life as he leads us to believe?
Well, yeah, we did have the pleasure of a in-person face reveal, and I can confirm that it is arguably better than rumored. It was a very, very nice moustache.
Thank you very much. You see, I'm telling you, the moustache is the best thing about me by a long way. But yeah, I will do a moustache reveal soon on the channel. I keep meaning to do it, but it's going to come very, very soon. I'm just going to have a quick look through, just make sure we've not missed any questions as of yet. We did the bars or rounds. Did you mention rounds? Do you have any rounds in your collection? Because I know you've got quite a few bullion coins. Are they all coins, or are any of those rounds?
Yeah, I guess the only bullion coins that are bullion is Britannia's that I have, and then I call these bullion, but they're the old circulated ones.
Yeah.
I think the closest I've got to a round is some old coins that are just so worn that it's just a metal disc.
Yeah.
But they're not good, primarily as a round. No.
They were once coins.
I've never seen a round in person, to be honest, and I just don't tend to buy them online as much. So.
Yeah, I've got a few rounds in my collection. Not many. I think that most of mine are coins. Obviously, I've got a few bars, which I've really gotten into. You know, when you get a couple of the bars, they feel so great in your hand. They look so good, and I know McDonald Bullion's like me. He's getting more and more into his bars. So, do you think you'll ever look into getting bars later down the line, Saw?
It gets increasingly tempting because, like you say, as you showcase your bars, it's like there was. I would argue that maybe 5 years ago there was never any bars that you could collect. But now you've got so many Royal Mint of all the different designs. There's the Coronation, the Star Wars, everything, and like the Germanium Mint and stuff. Bars have really moved into the collector market, which is will be more tempting for me than just a bar.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the kind of bars I've got on display there, you know, I think it's fantastic for collecting all the different designs you get on there, and there's some really stunning bars. But you've just mentioned one bar there, being the Star Wars bar. And what are your thoughts on the design of that one, mate?
I might have to be rather harsh overall on Royal Mint Star Wars. I think they've got the rights, and they're just making too much. I think because there's been 50p now. And then there's the bars and everything, and I think they're going a bit too far.
Yeah.
But I think some of the designs within that is quite nice. The recent bar wasn't very nice. The Millennium Falcon coin, I think the vehicles were quite good.
Yes.
In terms of design. But I just think they've kind of overdone it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they do that with everything, don't they? You know, as soon as something does well, then they just look to, you know, knock as many of them as you can. And I think, like you say, they've got the rights, and they're using that as much as they possibly can do. But with what they've done, because obviously we've had the two series in the bar. First series was the iconic characters. The second series, the current series, being the iconic vehicles, and then we've got the bar, which I truly believe we're going to have another bar, because they've called it the light side bar. So I think we're going to have a dark side bar to accompany that. I think out of all of those, the one to go for, in my opinion, like you just said yourself, is the vehicle series. I think they're a lot better than the previous first series they did.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I just, as you've been talking about it, had a good idea. If anyone wants to do this out there, I don't know if this would work, but if you got the light side and dark side bar, and then you could tone the dark side bar like a really nice dark tone, that could be quite a cool set with a light side brilliant silver, and then a dark side tone bar would be quite cool.
That would be quite cool, actually. I think I may have to take that idea when the dark side bar comes out, if it does, because I think that's just a fantastic idea. There's some great ways to tone your pieces out there. I think one of the most popular ones is to put them in a tub with some boiled egg, isn't it?
Yeah, I've heard of that. I haven't actually toned any myself.
No, me neither. But speaking of toned coins, 365 put a video out today which I thought was very interesting, because he's gone through all the pieces he has out on display to see the effect that they've had on them and how much they've toned. And one thing we've discovered in that video is the mirrored finish coins seem to tone a lot quicker than an antiqued or matte finish coin.
Yeah, I can understand that. I don't know. with because older coins don't tone as much, but
No.
the more sort of shiny and collectible they are, they often tone or milk spot more, or the kind of Britannia stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Are they all Britannias there, or have you got a nice mix? I know you've got at least one Philharmonic.
Well, yes, we have one Philharmonic. That's actually because that's not in my personal collection because it was for all of us. So that's like a shared. But
Ah, okay.
these are on the and Britannias. I must say I don't know if everyone's seen that video, but we did do a mystery box exchange with you. Was it last year? End of last year?
Yes, yeah, I think it was. Yeah, or
I
it
think we should
might have been
definitely do.
beginning of this one actually. I can't recall, but it was either like end of last year or beginning of this one.
Yeah, but I think we should definitely do one again actually because that was very very good, or at least what we received was very brilliant. So yeah.
Yeah, and I thought what you sent was absolutely fantastic. I think we definitely went for very different approaches with the mock boxes, didn't we? You know, I think mine was a little bit more modern. I did put some older coins in there, but there was quite a few modern bits, and yours was more old coins. There was a fantastic bronze medal for Queen Charlotte and King William, was it?
I think it was George the Third, I
George.
believe.
Right, yeah, no, it was a very nice piece. I think someone had turned it into a button at some point because it had two holes drilled into it, but still an absolutely fantastic piece.
Yeah, that was quite cool. I saw that and I thought it's not something that I would get for myself, but I really liked it, so I wanted to get it still, and I thought that would be a good thing to include. So yeah,
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I'm very up for doing another mystery box exchange. I think that was it was a lot of fun, and it made a great video for the channel. So yeah, if you guys are up for that, we'll have to get another one sorted out soon, and yeah, do that again.
yeah, definitely. And one thing also, we didn't do it last year, but your hosting of the Stackers Secret Santa was it? That was a really
Yes,
good idea.
yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing that again this year because I think it was a lot of fun. We got a lot of people involved, and yeah, it was great being able to organise that. And yeah, having done it last year, I know exactly what to do this year, and I think it's so good that we've got the website we can use, and it automatically jumbles up everyone's name, and it means that nobody knows who's got who. Even myself as the organizer, I wasn't able to find out who had who until after the date where we all opened up the pieces.
Yeah, that was really good. I think if you did do it again, it's going to only be bigger and better this year, so that'd be very cool.
Absolutely, we've got so many more people in the community this year than there was last year, isn't there? So hopefully we'll get a lot more people in this year. We'll probably do it exactly the same, where it'll be like limited to 1 ounce of silver, but other than that, it's down to the person as to what piece they want to get for the person. But I'll definitely be up for doing that again this year.
Yeah, be interesting to see what's the price of an ounce of silver in December though.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, who knows? It could be it could easily be over £30 an ounce by then, couldn't it?
Definitely. I think when the markets open on Monday, I think there's going to be a big move. Whether that's up or down, I'm not sure, but it feels like there's lots of activity at the moment.
Yeah, yeah. I think you're right. It could go one way or the other. It could go back down to £20 an ounce easily. It could keep going up and hit £30 an ounce because we're kind of exactly in the middle right now with it being £24.89 per ounce. So yeah, it definitely could go either way. Luke's asked. This is pertaining to the last question we did about the toning on the silver pieces. Why do you think that mirrored coins tone so much more quickly than antiqued or matte finish coins?
I'm not sure. The only thing I could think of is I'd imagine they'd put more effort and treatment into the mirrored finish, and maybe
Yeah.
just the more they sort of tinker with it, the more susceptible it is to that kind of thing, rather than if they just kind of strike it and move on.
I also think it's a lot more noticeable on a mirrored coin. So even if you had the same amount of toning on a matte coin, I don't think you'd notice it as well as you would do on a mirrored coin.
Yeah, no, that is a good point actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it would absolutely stand out. And we've just give Coin Noob an idea now. Have you seen his comment? He's put, "Yes, I never thought of drilling extra holes to make buttons. That's a brilliant idea. Coin Noob, leave your drill alone and stop damaging our old coins for us. We would be very, very appreciative if you would do that for us, mate. Thank you very much. It's such a tease he is. He's always winding me up about damaging old pre-decimal coins."
We need to get the community together and send him a massive board of old hold coins, and so
Yeah, absolutely. So he doesn't have to drill anymore. Use them ones as much as you like. They've already been holed. Because it's always such a shame, isn't it, when you see a beautiful old coin. I think one of the biggest ones I've got, which is a massive shame, is the 1822 crown right here, the George IV crown, and it's got a hole right there in it, which is a big shame because it's actually quite a significant date, isn't it? The 1822.
That's the second rarest of all the crowns. Yeah, so I believe it's like 122,000 minted, so twice as rare as Kew Gardens. But I
Yeah,
mean, it's still they're often with hold coins. It does allow you to get them for a lower price, but
yeah.
it's just then, probably in my opinion, although I say this having loads of hold coins myself, probably just worth saving up a bit more and getting the real deal, as it were.
Yeah. Are you like me, where is if even if it was a hold coin, it's one for the date run. So get it now. At least you've got the date, and then you can look to get a better version later down the line.
Absolutely. Some of the dates, I think, mostly for my sixpences, it is absolutely tragic. I think one of them, I think it's my 1910. The only thing you can see on the coin is the 10,
Yeah.
and there's obviously none in 1810. So I can tell it's a 19 just by working it out. So I know, although it's just a silver disc, there's a 10, so it has to be 1910, and that's counting for now
Yeah.
until I get an upgrade.
Yeah, absolutely. It's at least it's the date ticked off, and then, you're surely going to find a better version soon. You got yourself a rather special sixpence not too long ago, didn't you? I think you picked one up around about the same time as I got mine, and that's for 1952.
Yeah, I got that for Christmas actually. I was lucky. I didn't actually. Well, I may have had a helping hand, but it was actually from Father Christmas.
Oh, very well done, Father Christmas. I mean, if people weren't aware, the 1952 it hasn't even got any silver content because it's post 1947. But they were all sent away to the Caribbean, weren't they? I believe Jamaica, and they weren't put into British circulation. So that's the reason why they're quite hard to get hold of, isn't it?
Yeah, and the mintage is, as well as that, the mintage is also pretty low, so it's like a
Yeah.
combination that's bringing the price up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'd been after one for ages. When I saw one going for what I thought to be a decent amount. I think I got it for around £20, which I thought was a really, really good steal.
That is a good deal. They go, I mean, if they're quite nice, they can go up to close to triple digits often. So, and
Yeah.
they're not usually because of the age.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the one I've got it's in really good condition. I mean, it's not uncirculated by any means, but it's still got all the detail to it. It's still in really good condition, and one that I was so happy to get for the collection. I really was. Coin Noob said, "TSC, now my spreadsheet is completed and shows me the total spot price for the whole stack. Watching the value jump with these increases is addictive." It is, isn't it? Do you ever do? Have you done that? Do you have a spreadsheet for all your pieces, or do you just go off off the trees?
I do. So I have a big spreadsheet for all my coins. That's every denomination and every year, and it's like green or red, whether I have it or not. And I do have a big list as well for bullion, so I know how to the gram, how much I've got. But I do regret to say that I'd never put the prices I paid on there, so I don't really know. I know kind of how much I've got, but I don't know what I paid.
I've done the same, and I've kind of done that deliberately, purely because I think in a lot of cases, i.e., for my silver proofs, I don't want to know how much I spent on them because you lose so much value on coins like that. So I'm the same as you. I don't. I've got all my receipts. I keep all of my receipts, and I could go through them all and do it, but I kind of prefer not knowing because sometimes I do. When you're looking at it as a collector, you can tend to pay a little bit extra, can't you, to get it for the collection?
Yeah, and it doesn't matter as much for the collection whether what you pay, what you have, because it's just about getting the coin.
Yeah,
And then with the and you can kind of see what you paid if you know the rough premiums. You can look on, if you've been buying for 5 years, you can just kind of track the price for 5 years and maybe add 20% on each instance. But you can then sort of see, where you're buying £20 an ounce, £25 an ounce, where it kind of is.
yeah, no, absolutely. Great question here from Mick. He wants to know if my Britannia's got damaged in a fire, how melted would they have to be to lose their capital gains tax exemption? And I think that's a fantastic question. I think if it was still recognisable, as a Britannia, you would still be capital gains tax exempt. But if it melted down so you couldn't make out any of the details, then you're probably just looking at it, it's silver content, then, aren't you?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I've tried to cash in quite a few really, really terrible coins, and if they can kind of tell what it is, depending on the cashier sometimes at the bank, but if you can see if it's kind of within reason, obvious what it is, then it should.
Yeah, no, I think so too. I think that, I wouldn't like to give a definitive answer to that, but I'd be pretty safe in saying that if it was still recognisable as a Britannia, you'd probably still get away with a capital gains tax exemption because it is what it is. You know what I mean? They are capital gains tax exempt. And going back to the Britannias, like you mentioned earlier about the crown portrait for King Charles. How much of a shame is it that they only did that for the coronation and they haven't continued to use them on coins? Because I would love to see that effigy on more coins.
It is a shame. It's not a well. I can say this because I have quite a few of the coronation range, but it does make them more special, I guess.
It does,
But it
yeah.
is just kind of mean when there's a new release, it's just not as good as potentially it could be. Although that would make the crown portrait less, cool. It would be better overall for coins, but it makes the coronation ones better.
It does make them more special, and yeah, like you say, the fact that there's fewer of them does add to that specialness of the coins. But it's always been the case for us, hasn't it? You know, if you look at George VI and George V, we had the crown coronation effigy, but Canada got to keep the crown on all their coins, didn't they?
Yeah, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, all
Yeah.
overseas had the crown, but the British Isles didn't.
Which was a massive shame. That was. It's one of the reasons why I love getting the older territories coins when it comes to the silver pieces.
Yeah, it's cool to see the same. It's obviously the same person, so a similar portrait, but in a way you haven't seen it before, which is quite cool.
Yeah, very, very much so. Cyber Salman's joined us. I want to say hey to Cyber Salman and everybody else who I may have missed it. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's always a pleasure to have you here. We're going to be doing the duck races in about 40 minutes' time, so I can't wait to find out who's going to win this week, and that'll be a lot of fun. But have you got any questions that you'd like to ask me, Ethan, at all, or?
Yeah, I'll ask the biggest generic question to start off with in coin collecting, and that is, you probably said it before, but what is your favorite coin
Oh,
ever?
ever. Not in my collection, but my favourite coin ever. That's
Yeah, it can be a collection if you have it, but just in
yeah.
general.
Oh, that's a great question. That really is a great question. Ooh, yeah, I may have to take a minute to answer that one, but my favourite coin in my collection, that's just as hard as well because there's kind of like three or four. There's the Kew Gardens, the Godless Florin, the Cartwheel Twopence. They're probably my big three, and then after that would probably be my Shieldback Sovereign. Love the Shieldback Sovereigns. I think they're beautiful coins, and yeah, that would probably have to be it in my collection. But of all time, it's probably going to be what we were discussing earlier in the 1847 crown.
Yeah, that's a good answer. And I should have. Well, now I've got to think of my answer, I guess, for that. I think my favorite coin for a long time, I always used to say, and I guess I'll stick with it because it is an amazing coin. The quintuple £5 sovereign with the Una and the lion design.
Yes.
I mean, the Una, that is a great coin.
Yeah, that's a great choice. That really is a great choice. So I can completely understand that. I think that's KYH's favourite coin as well, and I can completely understand. I very often forget that, so I may have to change my answer to that one as well. But it really is a beautiful design. Speaking of the Unas and the Lions, what did you think to the new bar? Was that on your radar at all? Is that something? Could that maybe be your first ever silver bar?
If it would be a good one, it would be probably the one I got if I did go into silver bars. It'd be quite a nice pair to get the original one as well because it is with a link to my favorite coin, and I think people are if the second one had been released first, I don't know how hyped up it would be because obviously the first one was very popular, but if the second one was released first, I think it'd be very, very popular indeed. Comparing it to the first one is making the second one a bit less popular, but I think they're both great designs.
Yeah. I think you're right there. I think the Royal Mint purposely produced that second bar off of the popularity of the first one. Just want to let McDonald Bullying know that's no problem. I've just added you to the list, mate. So thank you very much for that. But yeah, no, I completely understand what you're saying there. I think the latest bar, the second bar, is very nice in itself, but for me, it just isn't quite as nice as the original. I think that one definitely is the nicer one of the two. But I agree that the Royal Mint have done that second design purely because the first one they did was probably one of their most popular bars they've ever made.
Yeah, very popular. I think I do agree that the first one's got the better design, but I think, in my opinion, landscape bars are better than the portrait ones, just 'cause it's more of a canvas style shape, which I think lends itself better to a design, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I completely understand what you're saying there. I like to display mine portraits, so I do prefer them being portrait. But I know what you mean. If they were all landscape, then maybe I absolutely agree with that. Cyber Salmon's asking, Ethan, I have recently started cleaning my Maria Theresa Fowler restrikes. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much will the community dislike me? For me personally, that's a 15, Si.
I'll say an 7, 8, maybe 9, just because they're not as because they're restrikes. You've got a few points down, but
Yeah,
I mean, it depends on how you clean it. To be fair, if
yeah,
you're scrubbing it on a brush and stuff, then maybe a 15. But
yeah.
if it's a gentle,
Yeah, if you're doing the APM technique, which involves an angle grinder and a wire brush, then absolutely. But even the restrikes can be very old, can't they? Because they pretty much restruck it for hundreds of years, didn't they, the Maria Fowler?
yeah, it was a coin. I mean, I don't know too much about it, but I mean, I don't know if they still restrike them. There must be some company that does, but they basically made them very, very small amounts for the real ones, and then there's just tons over many, many, many years of the restrikes.
Yeah, well, it was the same mint. First produced it to commemorate her death, and never put a date on them, and they just kept making them every single year. And if they're not still making them, it was only very recently that they stopped making them. So they were a brilliant coin to have, but a very, very difficult coin to date because, same as I say, none of them had the date on them, and they were all exactly the same. So a very nice coin, and I personally I don't think you should clean it, but it's your silver, and if you want to make it look shiny, then I completely understand because they're not particularly the hardest to get a hold of because, as I say, they were made for such a long period of time.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what the going price is. I think there is. I think maybe 20 to 30. So it's not like even if it was potentially the resale was lessened by the cleaning. It's not much money to lose if you want it to be cleaned. Then that's obviously the owner's choice.
Yeah, it's not like cleaning a godless florin or anything like that.
Oh no.
No,
Then
absolutely.
I think cleaning a godless fly would result in a Stacker Social 1 year ban. I think.
I think you'd actually get a lynch mob outside your door. With me in the front of it with my pitchfork.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Luke says still thinks the Zombuck version of Una of the Line would be amazing. I absolutely agree with that. But speaking of Zombucks, you know what I learnt today? I noticed Liberty Bleed Silver did a video on this, and I never knew they did them. But the Zombucks are available in silverbacks.
I didn't know that. I've got very limited knowledge on the. I know the copper ones usually, but I didn't know there were silver versions.
Yeah, the Zombucks do a silver. They do them in silver. In fact, I think I've got. Here we go, right at the top here. That's the Kangarooing. So this is the 1 ounce silver version of the most recent one. They're brilliant coins, but these, as I say, they've done them on a silver banknote, just like the silverback dragon. And
One. Oh yeah.
yeah, I could really have done without knowing that because now I have to buy them because I just think that's super cool. So yeah, I'm scouring the internet to try and find some Zombuck silverbacks now.
Yeah. I don't know how premium they'll be though. I'm assuming that'll be quite a premium.
Yeah, I think when I saw them earlier, I think I found all three for 60 odd pounds, but then you were looking at another £20 postage from the United States, so £80 all in all. It's not exactly the cheapest. CY's just said, have you seen the new design on the Zombooks? I haven't, CY. Have they released it yet, mate? Because I'm so interested to know what the next coin's going to be. I know it's probably not going to be long until they release the next coin, so I'm really looking forward to that. So do let us know in the chat, CY, mate, if they've released that. KY said, my favourite two coins are my James Bond Silver Proof 10p and my Charles II Monday 4p. 4 pence coin. Yeah, no, two absolutely fantastic coins there, KYH, mate. I can't fault you there at all. Cyber Salman says, has that kangarooing got any spots over every other coin with a kangaroo? That's true. That's true. My kangaroo bullion coin is literally covered in milk spots. It's more milk spot than it is silver, really. But this one right here is completely spot free. It's absolutely perfect. There's not a single milk spot on there, and I don't think I've got a milk spot on any of my Zombooks. I've got the cooker buried right here, and once again, looking at that, I can't see a single spot on there. So Providence Metals do seem to do very well with their silver pieces, and yeah, I don't have any milk spots on any of them. And I think it's interesting how some mints can produce coins that very rarely have milk spots, and then other mints, it's like winning a lottery just to find a coin without a milk spot on it.
Yeah, I don't know if it must be the process rather than the silver. I guess they just have to. There's just a different process that's a better process that they do at some mints.
Yeah. 365 said kangaroo is the worst bullion coin, hands down. I know Jamie's a fan of it. Me personally, I'm with 365. I think there's far too much going off on that coin. You can barely make out the kangaroo because of all the radio lines on it, and I'm just not a huge fan of the Australian kangaroo myself. I think Australia do some much better coins. You've got the Quokka series, the Swan series, the Dolphin series, the Kookaburra series, and they're all fantastic. But the kangaroo, it's just not really my favourite bullion. What's your thoughts on it, mate?
Yeah, I don't personally like the kangaroo. I think there's the maple leaf and the ASE silver eagle. There's some not very nice coins, but the some of them, the maple leaf, the kangaroo is just not very nice. My favorite is actually Britannia though in terms of design.
Yeah.
Although there's some nice ones in the Royal Mint, like the special designs, like the all the different ones they do in bullion, like the Royal Arms and stuff, is nice as well.
Oh, I like the Royal Arms, but no, I'm with you, mate. I think when it comes to just standard bullion coins, I think the Britannia is definitely one of the nicest out there. There's some other nice ones, don't get me wrong. There definitely are some other nice ones, such as the Maple, the Libertads, etc. Are beautiful coins. But the Britannia is definitely up there when it comes to designs. It really is. And security features, I don't think there's another coin out there that matches it for security.
No, yeah, I think it's I would say it's in quite a sweet spot where it's not. There's no like mintages on it, so it's not like more premium like a Silver Eagle or a Libertad. But then it's not like a really bad design kind of proper just round. It's got it's backed. It's got the security features. It's got everything you want from a coin without having a huge point. So it's quite good in that.
Yeah, it really is. Other than Britannia, what are your favourite world bullion coins?
If I had to do other ones, I'd probably the Maple Leaf is good, and also I do like the American Silver Eagles and the. I'm not. This might upset the comment section. I really don't like the Libertads, but I think a lot of the other designs are quite good. Other than maybe some of the ones from the Newey and stuff. I know they're quite cool, but it's more some of them are good, but there's just quite a lot of variety. So there's almost a bit flooded the market in that sense.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying there. I'm just going to bring a coin onto this screen because Size CY Sterling's just let me know they have released the next design for the Zombooks coin. I'm just going to put it up for everyone to see right there, and it's the Fiji Turtle is the next Zombooks coin. So thank you very much for letting me know that, CY, and yeah, I've been interested to know which the next one is. I think that looks quite good. It's called Mortuga. and it's got a zombie turtle on there. But I've just popped it on screen, so everyone should hopefully be able to see that very shortly. And I will definitely be looking to get that for the stack very soon because I'm a huge fan of the Zombook series.
Yeah, they are a cool series, especially like we were saying. If you start a series, you just got to complete it, whatever comes out. So
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. Just having a quick look at the comments. I said, here's a thought. The Perth Mint have been known to supply the Royal Mint with blanks. Do you think the blanks are the same as Britannia's? I, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Perth Mint's planchettes are a different size to the Royal Mint's planchettes, aren't they?
I'm not sure. I know obviously there's varieties of a lot of different countries' coins. I don't know about those two, but I'm not sure either way.
I think the Perth Mint coins are the same size as the American Silver Eagles, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's a very slightly different size to the Britannia. But I've not personally heard of the Royal Mint purchasing planchettes from the Perth Mint. But I don't. It wouldn't surprise me because, same as I say, the Kangaroos are pretty much just about as bad as the Britannias are for muck spotting, aren't they?
Yeah, some of them. It's weird how some of them they either go all the way. I don't know if you can see, but I just get completely milked up.
Yeah.
And then some of them, actually, so far, fine.
Yeah, yeah. One thing that really annoyed me was the cipher coin I got has a huge milk spot on it, and I think when it's a standard Britannia, you're okay with it, aren't you? But when it's a coin like that, and you're looking at it, hopefully to do well going forwards, I just found it to be such a massive shame that they were so milk spotted. What was yours like? Did you find a problem with milk spotting your coronation coins, or were yours spot free?
Well, yeah, I think it is really annoying what you're saying because I mean, fingers crossed for now. I got the pair, the Coronation Cipher and the Crowned Britannia, and for now they are absolutely perfect, which is quite good because they are really really nice coins and have potential for the future. Mine are holding up for now, and yeah, we'll have to see. But luckily for now, there's nothing awry.
Yeah, yeah. I can see people are confirming in the comments that the Perth Mints are a different size to the Britannia. See why I said the Perth Mints are close to 41 millimeters and the Britannias are just under 39 millimeters. Yeah, so they're definitely different sizes, which would make me think that they wouldn't be using the same planchettes because. Obviously you'd have to resize them, etc. But yeah, I'd be very interested to know where the Royal Mint get their planchettes from, just so we can try and stop them from getting them from there and try and get them from somewhere else. Because, other mints have done it. One mint I use as an example all the time is the Canadian Mint. They had a huge problem with milk spotting up until about 2018, and then they changed their system, and since then there's next to no issue with milk spotting at all. So there's no real excuse when it comes to it, in my opinion. The Royal Mint just need to up their game when it comes to quality control and maybe look into doing the same thing as what the Canadian Mint did, and make the coins look a bit better going forward. Because like you said earlier, they're one of the nicest bullion coins on the market. They've got a stunning design to them. They really have. They've got fantastic security features, and it's just so much of a shame when they come and they've just got huge, great milk spots on them. And I'd love to see them dealing with that going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, even if they're going to be sort of stingy, as it were, and only do that for the better coins,
Yeah,
if they're going to release the Hood series and the Coronation series bullion,
yeah.
they should quality bullion.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when you start putting special designs on them and doing them, in a series, it's not just it's not just silver bullion anymore. It's a collectible coin. It's a commemorative coin, and I agree with you completely there. When it comes to something that can be seen as a collectible piece, they should really be making sure that they come out without any milk spots on there. I've never had a silver proof come with milk spotting on them. I know there's a couple out there that have got very tiny milk spots on there, but me personally, I've never seen a milk spot on any of my silver proofs. So they are able to produce coins without milk spots on them. It just seems that they seem to be saving costs, like you say, when it comes to the bullion pieces, don't they?
Yeah, but then the bad thing with that is that you don't really see the saved costs and the prices they show, because the Royal Mint's prices are huge, And if they were going to cut costs with milk spots, you'd at least want them to be closer to spot price for the coins.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 100%. I couldn't agree with you any more on that one, mate. And hopefully, if enough people keep saying about it, but hopefully we can get some more petitions going around, and maybe one day they'll look into upping the game. But for now, it is definitely a shame with that kind of stuff. So, do you do many of the series coins? I know you've done the Two the Beast in Bunk, but have you gone through any of the bullion series like the Myths and Legends or anything like that?
I haven't actually gone. I've been tempted. A lot of the series that I might have gone for did start a while ago, so I didn't, I wasn't going for them straight away. If
Yeah.
there was a good series out now, I'd be more tempted. But yeah, I've gone for the bunk for the Tudor Beasts, not any bullion for this time round.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough because they're quite expensive series, aren't they? The Tudor Beast and the Queen's Beast, because they don't do the 1 ounce version; they only do them in 2 ounces. I would much prefer it if they did that in a 1 ounce, like they do with the Myths and Legends and other series. And I'm not sure why they don't do a 1 ounce version in those ones.
Yeah, I'm not sure at all. I don't know. Obviously, they started that for the Queen's Beast, so I guess they're carrying that on. But I mean, the Royal Mint, of all people, should be more than up for making more money with another range of sizes, I think. So, I mean, it's a
Yeah,
bit late now.
yeah,
Maybe for
yeah. No, absolutely. It just gives more availability, and they may sell more coins, or maybe they'd sell less 2 ounces and everyone would go for 1 ounce. So, maybe that's why they're doing it. Who knows? I've just noticed a message from Coin Noob, and I agree with him here. This is something we were talking about in our stack chat, where we think Provident Metals have missed a trick on this new release, and they should have gone with the Wombat coin because they could have called it the Zombat, and I just think that's absolutely fantastic, and really do think they missed a trick on that one.
yeah, that would be quite a cool play on words.
Yeah, absolutely. 365 Days of Silver's just popped a question in for yourself. Do you invest in anything other than coins at the moment? And to add on to that, if not, is it something you'd look into going forwards?
So at the moment, I don't, and the reason for that is I'm kind of an all-in, perhaps not in terms of best thing to do, but just for me, if I've got money to spend, it'll be on coins, whether that's bullion or collectible coins. In the future, would I branch out? I don't know if I could be tempted, because to make any decent money with maybe stocks, you would have put a few £100 in there. But then you kind of, a few £100, I mean, who could say no to another half sovereign? So I
Yeah.
mean, there's a while to go. Obviously, I could always change, but for now, it's kind of coins, coins, coins for me.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I get that, and it does make a lot of sense. And I think, like what you say, the half sovereigns and sovereigns, etc. I think gold's a great investment. The fact that you can get it so close to spot price, unlike other coins, because you're not going to get silver coins as close to spot price as you can with a sovereign and a half sovereign, are you? So I think that's a brilliant idea. I think gold's going to continue to go up over the years. So I think you're just as well investing in gold than you are in something like the S&P, and you may look to see similar kind of returns on your money.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's better to have invested in something rather than nothing, even if it is all in one. So yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Obviously, diversity is not a bad thing when it comes to investing, but you can be over diversified. If you've got your money spread out too much, then if one of your investments does really well, you're kind of cheating yourself because you've got money invested in other things that aren't doing as well. So a lot of the times it can be good to be invested in just a few assets that do really well. And I know, gold's done very well historically, but I think gold is going to just continue to do better and better because we need gold more and more in technology. There's a lot of uses for gold when it comes to space travel, and I think that's one of the areas which is really going to drive the value in gold going forwards, because there's only a very finite amount of gold on the planet. So I think there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. Not only is it going to do well going forwards, but also it's something you love doing, and it's a hobby as well as an investment, which will drive you to do it a lot more than an investment that you were just doing for a financial basis, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the things for me also is there's the imbalance with metals of there's constantly more uses for it, and there's constantly a higher and higher and higher population.
Yeah,
More people want it, whether that's people for collecting or more people wanting it for the industry.
yeah.
More and more, but there's only that limited amount of how much there is to go around to those people that want it. So there's always a good upside.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, said about gold just then, but the same thing applies to silver. That likewise is being used more and more. The more electric vehicles we have out there, the more solar panels we have out there. It's exactly the same as gold. Both of them, there's more and more uses for them every single day. More people getting into stacking and getting into investing in physical metals, and those kind of things are only going to drive the values going up going forwards.
Yeah, definitely. And then just general, inflation. And if the price of something's worth the same relative to the wage, if the wages apparently are going up, then it'll also go up for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going to go back to the comments very quickly and just confirm to KYH, it is him and Small Stack Bullion on the Stack Chat next week. It's one I'm very looking forward to. So we're going to be having a freeway chat next week, and it'd be great to have as many of you there as possible to join us. So yes, I'm really looking forward to that, KYH, mate. Jamie Frost said he invested in a bottle of Jack Daniels today, but my investment has disappeared by 50%. It's not the best way to invest in whiskey. Whiskey can be a great investment, but not a bottle for the Saturday night, unfortunately. But I'm glad to hear you back on the Jack today, Jamie. I know it's one of your favourite tipples. Question this is a great question from Blistering Barnacles here, who says, what if you have nobody to leave it to? Now, there's been a few jovial comments to that in the comments. 365 said he'll pop his address over in an email. But I say this not just as a joke, but quite similar as well. Now, if I was in the position, quite seriously as well, if I was in the position where I didn't have anybody to leave my piece to, do you know what I'd do? I'd be so tempted to do what Forrest Fenn did. Do you know about that? Do you know who Forrest Fenn is?
I don't. I haven't heard of that, no.
Okay, it's a guy in America, and he got diagnosed with terminal cancer, and he had millions of pounds in gold and jewellery, and he buried it and created a treasure map, and he actually came into remission, and not remission. He survived the cancer for a few years, left it out there, but I think somebody's now found it. Forrest Fenn is now passed on, but they found it when he was still alive, and I think that was a fantastic thing to do with it. And I just love the idea of burying real treasure out there somewhere and putting a proper little treasure map together for people to find.
Yeah, I think it would be the only option. The only thing you can do really is if you got no one to leave it to, is just have fun with it.
Yeah.
So give some stuff away, get some new people started, bury it, just kind of have fun with it. Almost, it'll be. Like I say, it would be very fun indeed to try and pay with a sovereign. If you're going to have to get rid of it, just go to Poundland with the sovereign, and that's a legal £10 coin, and you kind of just play with it and have a bit of fun. Yeah. If there's nothing happen to it when you do pass on.
Yeah, I'd love to see someone refuse to accept a sovereign for a pound coin. I think we'd be mental to do that, wouldn't we?
I would never want to risk doing it, but I would be fairly confident that you could go to Poundland and offer someone, I've got £3 coins for you here. I can pay for this. I've got this one, the biometallic one, the new one. You can have one of the old ones, the round pounds, or this pound coin from 1873. There's a shield on the back and it's got Victoria. Which pound coin would you like? And I'm pretty sure they'll take the new one.
Yes, yeah, I think a lot of people would do that, unless you knew about stacking and that kind of thing. I mean, some people, you would literally see their jaw hit the floor when you offered them that, but most people, I think you're right, they'd go for the bimetallic pound because that's what they know, and they'd be like, well, what is that? I can't use that, and wouldn't even realise that it's like over £400 worth of gold in it right there. But I think that's a great idea, that right there. We've got another question for you from Shiny Stacker. He's asked, if you had to choose between gold and silver, what would you choose?
Oh no, this is a good question. One thing I'll say is at the moment, in terms of money in, it's a bit heavier to silver, but pretty close. I think I would choose silver though, because although I would say gold does look better. If you're going to have regardless of value, a piece of gold is usually better than a piece of silver for me. But just the with the ratio at the moment, the amount of silver you could get, it's just I'd rather have just like, you can get loads of silver for not much, whereas all this here is worth less than that half sovereign,
Yeah.
just over. So I think it'd be better just to get, just have more to have if with silver.
Yeah. No,
And then
absolutely.
outside of silver, I will say as well in terms of investment.
Yeah, I'm different to you on that one. I've always thought silver looks better than gold, which is quite good because it's much cheaper of the two options as well. But I don't know why. I think it's because it's shiny than gold. Silver, of course, is the most reflective material on the planet. So yeah, I've always liked silver, and that works out pretty well because the cost wise. But it is great to have some gold in the stack. I've got a few sovereigns and a few other pieces of gold as well. So I'm going to try and add more and more gold going forwards, but I think my stack is always going to be predominantly silver. Got a comment here from Coiner, which is great. Something I wanted to bring up today is brought up the TIE Fighter 50p he's given away on his channel. And if anyone wasn't aware from our stack chat, he's got an extra TIE Fighter 50p. I think he won it from Chains Checker in a draw, and he's doing a competition. There's a video on his channel that all you have to do is go onto that video and comment Magic Yoda. And I was going to do it next week if that's all right, Coin Noob. I haven't got the names this week to do the duck racing, but yeah, I will be doing it with Coin Noob's okay with this. I will be doing the duck race next week, so it gives you a few more days if you haven't gone over and checked Coin Noob's video as of yet. If you want a link to his channel, if you go onto last week's stack chat in the description, there's a link to his channel there. And otherwise, I'm just going to let's have a look. Here we go. I've just added Coin Noob as a moderator as well. So if Coin Noob wants to put a link to his TikTok channel in the chat, then please feel free to do so, buddy. And as I say, it's a lovely little coin. I think this series of Star Wars vehicles is absolutely brilliant, and he's been generous enough to give one away. So head on over, put Magic Yoda in the comment of that video, and you'll be in with your chance to win it next week. Just have a look at the rest of the comments because I can see we've got a few here. There is a Lady Justice. Yes, Jamie's lost a Lady Justice coin in his garden. I've got one of those in my stack here, but I'm not sure whereabouts it is, and it'll take me too long to go through. But it's a beautiful coin. It's produced by the Scottsdale Mint. He buried it in his garden because he likes to tone his coins that way, and he can't find it now. So there's definitely a bit of lost treasure in his garden at least. K White said, "Packet of gum for a sov sounds like a good deal." Absolutely. I mean, I'd sell you a packet of gum all day long for a sovereign. Absolutely. But if you bury it and live longer and stack more, yeah, that's true. Well, same as I say, Forrest Fenn actually he pulled through, and he managed to live for a few years longer than he thought he was going to. So he was able to live and see people trying to find the gold. So yeah, I just think it's a fantastic idea. I might even put a little chest together of mine and bury it somewhere out there and let people try and find it. But the rest of it will be definitely going to my nieces. Let's have a look. Oh, K White says 11 minutes till ducks. Yeah, well, it's 8 minutes now, so we'll do the duck race very soon. McDonald Bullini says, "I have a bottle of Jack Daniels that I bought in my army days. It's a sealed commemorative bottle from the year we came out of Germany. Thought it could be a good investment for future." Absolutely. Yeah, that definitely could be a good investment, especially special bottles of whiskies like that, like commemorative bottles. They can do very, very well, and I know a lot of people invest in whiskey. I know probably the best way is to invest through the distillery, and you can buy actual kegs of whiskey as an investment. It's something I've thought about, but I've not looked into it too much. I know 365 has looked into it as well, and it's something I might do in the future. But yeah, whiskey investments can be absolutely brilliant. Luke said, "I prefer to have more value in one little coin. To be honest, it's easy to grab and go and easy to hide. It's just all around easy." I get that. When it comes to that kind of stuff, there's no right or wrong. It's all personal preference. So I completely understand people preferring gold to silver. I also understand people preferring silver to gold, and all the points you've raised in that comment right there, Luke, are absolutely 100% valid, and I can completely understand that. It's just for me, I just prefer the silver, and I like having a huge stack. One of the things I like about silver is you can really watch your stack grow, and it just looks so substantial, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially if you sort of I don't know how to say this, but maybe kind of stack the right thing where you can not
Yeah.
you don't have to have it preserved perfectly, everything in like a capsule in a box and stuff. If you've got stuff to kind of like knock about and like this, it just kind of is quite impressive because this amount of value in gold would just be like a gram probably, or well, not a gram, but very small.
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. Definitely, there's definitely more than a gram's worth of gold there. I mean, a gram's going to be what, about 55 quid, 59 quid at the moment, something like that. So yeah, you definitely got more than a gram there, but maybe more like a quartz sovereign or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I think, well, the ratio is like 80 or 77, so you need 77 of these in a big stack just for one little
Yeah.
gold one.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. Pung wants to know who's won the duck race. I don't know, Pung, because I don't rig them. I have to wait and find out. Regardless of what you believe, we will only find out when we do the duck race itself. But he likes to accuse me of rigging the duck races, which I really generally don't. The ducks decide who wins, not me. Coin Noob said, looking forward to giving it away, and I've pinned the video on his channel on TikTok. That's fantastic. And same as say, mate, if you want to put the link to your channel in the chat, please feel free to do so to make it a little bit easier for people to go over there and get entered into that, because it's only going to be one more week, and we're going to do a duck race next week to find out who's won that very nice piece, which I think is really generous of Coin Noob to give away. So yeah, it's get over there and get entered if you haven't done so already. Blistering Barnacles says Silverpunk makes a 50p with George and the Dragon. That would be cool, like a commemorative 50p with the Benedetto Pastrucci effigy on it. I wonder why they haven't done that, because they did the Christopher Ironside, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They did do that, but I guess
Yeah.
I know the Royal Mint and all these places. There's so much. Although we often accuse them of releasing so much, there's almost an endless amount of things you could put on coins. So I guess
Yeah.
someone has to pick and choose at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. And but it's interesting, isn't it, the Christopher Ironside, because a lot of people don't realise that's actually a commemorative coin, just because it looks kind of like a standard coin, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. That's I guess a credit to the design to make it look like the normal thing. But yeah, so people usually just think or often would think kind of nothing more of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It goes under the radar a lot of times, that one does. Jamie said Platinum has shot up this week, and yeah, Platinum's not something that's really on my radar. I know Jamie likes Platinum. I know Cranky from over in the States, he likes Platinum too. I might look to get some platinum pieces down the line, but at the moment I kind of see, platinum's in the middle, isn't it? Whereas you've got gold and silver. You've got the colour of silver is very similar to platinum. The value of gold is better, a little bit better than platinum, but I still think platinum's a great investment. I've always said I would never criticise anybody for investing in platinum. It's just not something personally that I'm looking to get myself. What's your thoughts on platinum, mate?
I mean, as in terms of platinum to buy, I would never buy it. I'm not too sure when where the prices will go. I know they've been much higher. I mean, platinum used to be more than gold, and now gold's well over double. So if you bought at the wrong time, that could be bad. I think in terms of platinum for me, if you're looking for the looks of it, just get silver, obviously. And with silver, there comes, I would say, I think this is fair to say, much more interest in silver in bullion terms. I would also go as far as to say more interest in industry for silver, and then I think there's just more room to run with silver, because silver doubling in price is still affordable, but platinum doubling in price is then pretty unaffordable for something that's not very popular. And if it's not popular and very expensive, it will probably come back down again, is how I see it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Luke's just popped a question here. He said, do you think silver will ever be allowed to rise in price to true value? Wouldn't that mean everything that silver is used in will have to go up too? And will that ever be allowed to happen? I'm just going to put my 2 cents in on that first of all, because one thing I do say is, although industry, if you're looking at supply and demand, industry puts a lot more demand on silver. When things go to an industrial scale, a lot of the times the prices can be limited by the people using it because they're buying so much. An example I like to use is things like dairy products. When you look at eggs now, we're always hearing about the argument between supermarkets and the dairy farmers, like egg farmers, milk farmers, that kind of thing, because the supermarkets dictate to the farmers how much they're going to be paying for them, and the farmers literally can't afford to say no, because if they do, they just move to another supplier that will sell it for that price. And I think that will come into play in a similar way when it comes to silver in industry, whereas it will put a higher demand on there because of the same kind of thing. It might also limit or cap the price of the silver. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that is a good point. I mean, you could argue that it might be almost a bit of a fight between the bullion industry and the industry use. So if people, if there's a silver mine and they could sell them all to the Royal Mint for their coins, these will sell for £50 an ounce to the collectors, and then the industry want them for £40 an ounce. It could push it higher for the bullion, depending on how much demand there is. But there's obviously a huge demand with the industry, so they'll have probably the biggest say and the most key part in the price. I think you're right. Yeah.
It definitely could, but I think in the long run, I do think it will help put the price up. Maybe it will be a little bit slower. I don't know, but I do think it will definitely play a part in the price of silver. But it'll get to that. Depending on how much we use, like gold, there's definitely a finite amount of silver. Maybe there's a lot more silver available, to be mined than gold, but there's not more silver being created. So there's only as much silver available, and eventually, we'll get to a price where it will just become hugely expensive, just because there won't be as much out there or enough out there to use, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. What I've often wondered is, I mean, I don't know if we'll ever see the day. But because there has to be a point at some time, obviously there is stuff being melted, but there has to be a point at some time when all the silver from the ground and the refineries and everything is used up, and then sovereigns have been being made every year, and the Britannias, will they just have to basically stop or incredibly bring down the mintages? Because I mean, I think 15 million they made last year, but they physically can't make 15 million a year if there isn't the silver.
No, yeah.
So it'll be more of a trading than a buying the new stuff if they run out.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we go on to the duck race, which we will do very, very shortly, guys, don't worry. A great comment here from Mick, who said he saw a YouTube video about some guy in the US who grows silver using anode electrodes, silver nitrates or something. With that, what he's doing is not technically growing silver, he's refining silver. So the silver is already there in the silver nitrate. Silver nitrate is made from silver. So what he's doing is refining that and turning it back into its physical state, but there's only as much silver as you never get more silver than what is already in there. It's just a way to refine silver and take it back out. One of the ways to refine silver is, some people do it at home, but you have to get something like nitric acid, and you have to melt all the pieces down. Like you may have sterling silver, you melt it down, then you mix it with salt, and then you pop it into a furnace. There's more steps to it than this, but basically you pop it into a furnace, and that way you get the silver, just the silver back, and you lose all the other materials such as the copper, etc. But he's not technically growing silver. He's just changing the state of silver that's already in the solution. But great question there. It's a video I was aware of that video myself, and I've always thought refining silver at home would be something really cool to do. But then again, you can't do it without destroying whatever silver piece you had in the first instance. And with me being a fan of antiques and old coins, it would be very difficult for me to do that. Right, I think it's about time we head over to the duck race. So I'm just going to get that ready on screen. Here we go. We've got the names pre-loaded in. How long do you reckon we should be doing the duck race for, buddy?
I'm not sure. Maybe 10 minutes or so.
10 minutes? No, that's far too long. We can't do a 10-minute duck race. Like a minute and a half, something like that.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I'm not. There's only one, is there?
Just one duck race tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. I thought that would be a 10-minute segment. We could, yeah, 1 or 2 minutes
All right.
for each if there's just one. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll split the difference. We'll do it for 1 minute 30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. No,
And
it's for one.
I don't know how well I could commentate on a 10-minute duck race, especially today. I'm feeling quite tired today, but we'll do it for a minute and a half. Let's get that set. We've got 23 people in the list, so we'll get that set. Yeah, we'll shuffle the characters a few times. Can you see the duck race on screen?
I can see it. Yeah.
Brilliant, because I've transitioned to just a black screen in the past, and people got my commentary and nothing else. So we need to avoid that ever happening again. Right, I've just stopped on this one, and I'm going to go with this one purely because, and people will know, we've got my favourite duck right here, which is Mr. Wiggy, as I like to call him, and he doesn't pop up all the time, but we do have him in this race. So we've got 1 minute and 30 on the timer. We're all set to go. I need you to count down from 3, and as soon as you say go, we will start the duck race, my friend.
3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off, and straight away it looks like Winter Hat Duck is out there, which pure metal stacker. But Wiggy, my friend, my number one duck, is storming away for Team SHTF. But as soon as I say it, he starts pulling back, and we've gone to Serpent Silver. But once again, they're keeping me on my toes because he's pulling back as well. And now we have Sean Brenham. Pink Duck in the lead, neck and neck pretty much with Pure Metal Stacker, Winter Hat Duck. But Dinosaur Duck is only just behind that, and Zigzag Duck is creeping up right at the bottom of it. We've just hit the final minute with 57 seconds left to go, and it is anybody's race at the moment. Where is this going to go? Nobody knows. Just Gold is storming out to the front right here. Is he going to take the lead for now? It looks like he may well done, and he has just broken. Oh no, he was so close, but it is now Pure Metal Stacker number 5 in the lead, Winter Hat Duck, with Shiny Stacker 18 just behind him. We have Duck number 3 creeping out to the lead, and he might take it. He has, with 30 seconds left to go. It is Shiny Precious Metals, but no, as soon as I say it, he pulls back as well. Where is this race going to go? It is all over the place, and here we come to all change at the 20-second mark. We are coming into the final 15 seconds of a race. Right now it is McDonald Bullion Plain Duck number 23 in the lead with the final 10 seconds to go. Has anybody got a final push in them? Oh, McDonald Bullion is pulling straight down behind. Right now it looks like it's going to be Shiny Stacker 18 Green, and it is Green Star Duck number 18. Shiny Stacker has taken the race. Well done, Shiny Stacker, my friend. I think that's his first duck race win. So well done, Shiny. That was absolutely fantastic. Great to see you win the race, mate. I'm going to have to shut the duck up because it's still quacking in my ear. There we go, brilliant. Okay, so well done, Shiny Stacker, mate. Just pop me a message either on Discord, Telegram, or by email. My email address is in the description of the video. So if you pop me your address across, you will get the channel bundle, which is this right here. You've got the Stackers. Ooh, I'm dropping it. You've got the Stackers Social sticker, you've got the Stack Collector sticker, the Stackers Social poker chip, the Stack Collector poker chip, and also you've got the TSC 1 gram silver bar. And if you would like, I'd be more than happy to pick you an old coin out at random to send across to you as well. Just let me know what kind of coin you would like, and whether it be an old penny, old sixpence, or whatever it is you like. I'll find one out to go along with that. But thank you to everybody who took part in that race. I'm going to go over to my channel dashboard, and I'll add a post for next week. So if we create post, here we go, for next week's duck race, and that's going to be the 25th of May, I do believe, next week. What term would you like for people to use for next week's duck race, mate?
Oh, I'm not sure. Why did I? I don't know.
Should we go with Florin?
Yeah. I don't
Florin's
know what one's been used before, if they're allowed to be doubled up, but Florin.
Oh, they can be they can be doubled up. It doesn't matter. It's just a phrase I get people to put on the post to enter. So if you're happy with Florin, or it can be anything else.
Florin sounds good to me.
Yeah, I love florin. It really is a great sounding coin, isn't it? So there we go. I've just put the comment live on the channel on my community section. So if you want to be entered into next week's duck race, all you need to do is go across to that comment, that post, and just put comment florin anywhere in the comments, and you will be automatically entered into next week. So thank you very much for that, buddy. That's very kind of you, and I can't wait to find out who wins next week.
Yeah, well, there'll be two next week, right? There's going to be the Star Wars 50p giveaway as well, so that'll be very exciting.
Very well. Hopefully, with a little bit of luck, we might have 3 duck races next week, because I really would love to be able to give this away next week. It's only 10 members away, so if we can get together and try and get another 10 members for Stackers Social, then I can also give away the 2-ounce GPS tracker round, which would be absolutely incredible. It really would. 365's got to jump off. He's got to try and paint his fence as quickly as he can before the sun completely disappears. But he's going to be listening in. So thank you very much for that, mate. Yeah. Good luck with your fence. I hope you get that sorted, mate. And it's been great having you in the chat. And it's great to know that you're going to be still listening in. But yeah, it would be fantastic if we could get it up to 3 duck races next week.
What I'll do is, after this, I will put a community post out with the Stacker Social link on Bits and Bob's channel. So hopefully we can get a few more from there, which should take us there by next week.
Oh, that's that would be fantastic if you can, and if we could get it, because it is only we only need another 10. We were at 340 earlier today, so if we can just get another 10 members, we can get that given away, and that would be absolutely brilliant. I agree with Silverpunk. Doesn't florin just sound so Victorian?
It does. It is a great. There's a lot of good coin names. There's a lot of names that are just based on other names. There's like half penny, half crown, florin. But the ones that are more personalised, like the shilling and the florin, great names.
Absolutely. So much better than the names we've got today, 50p, 20p, 1p, not very imaginative, but the florin. Yeah, it's and it's quite a common name, isn't it? Either florin or a derivative of florin, because was it originally an Italian coin?
It was a very similar named Italian coin. There was somewhat copied for the British version.
Yeah, because you've got Florence, you've got florins, and quite a few throughout the world. Very similar names. So yeah, I'm a big fan of florin. It's one for the names of coins. It's my favourite. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Florins are. I meant like winning a duck race, but I did win the pouch before. He gets very excited for the duck races, KYH does. But it's great to see. I do love the enthusiasm he shows towards the duck races, and he's letting us know he's first on the community post yet again. I might one day do a prize for somebody if they can beat KYH to the community post, because I don't think you can do it. He's always there straight away every single week, which is absolutely brilliant. Just having a quick look, just to make sure we've not missed anything in the chat. KYH thought it was going to pull through at the end, but one day I will win. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will win again, KYH, mate. We'll keep doing it every single week, and it's only a matter of time, because he's definitely always entered every single week. But I love doing the duck races. I think it's a lot of fun, and it's great to be able to send the pieces out to everybody every week. But if you've not won a duck race as of yet, just keep trying, and it's only a matter of time, But absolutely. Right, have you thought of a question for Magic Yoda as of yet?
I would like to ask Magic Yoda, what will be the next theme for the Royal Mint coins? We had like Harry Potter, Star Wars, James Bond. What's going to be the next theme, and will it be popular?
Oh, that's too complicated. We can ask him if it'll be popular.
Yeah,
but you can only give it yes.
Yeah, just thought that would be a bit too. But yeah, will the theme be popular?
He may be all-knowing, but his vocabulary is very limited to either yes or no. But we'll see. Is the next Royal Mint series going to be a popular one? And we'll see what Magic Yoda says. It could go either way, this one could, because they're good at making good series, but they're good at making not so good series as well. But we'll find out what Magic Yoda says. And he says, Yes, we have a Jedi sign, so the Force looks good on that one. So keep an eye out for the next series from Royal Mint because Magic Yoda thinks it's going to be a good one.
Well, that's.
But good question. Sorry, mate, we're going to say something there.
Oh no, I said let's. Oh, I hope so. Hope it's a good series.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully it's not too big a series either because they're very, very good at taking all my money off me. The Royal Mint are, they really are.
What do you think about them stopping the series, the Monarchs series, the Monarchs portraits? Because I think that's not very good by the Royal Mint. I think for them to just because the only reason people were buying them for all the months before that was to get the full set, and then if they just stop it, it's almost a massive waste of money for all the collectors.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose in one way it means you complete the set a lot sooner than you thought you were going to. But I don't think that's I don't think it's cricket. I think if you're going to do a set for somebody or produce a set, you should see it through and not cancel it halfway through just because it maybe hasn't sold as well as some of the other series have. So yeah, I think that was quite poor show with the by the Royal Mint on that one. It was it. Wasn't Great Engravers, was it? It was the like you say, the Monarchs, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they should have just reduced the mintages. It wasn't popular. Just make
Yeah,
less, and then there'll be not any left over if there was some for the last one.
yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's a much better way to do it. Just reduce mintage numbers to meet demand. There was obviously some people out there buying it, so just lower the mintage figures of the remaining coins that you bring out, and at least then you can see the collection through.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like Coin Noobs just said, and maybe lower the prices a bit as well.
Well, that I think that just goes across the board with most of the Royal Mint stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Right, Luke's put a great question for Yoda. If you weren't aware, I don't want to. Maybe I shouldn't be telling you all this because you may click off and go and watch it. But the Tyson Fury Alexander Usyk fight is tonight, and Luke would like to know with Magic Yoda's with Magic Yoda's aid, which one's going to win. So I'm going to have to ask him if Fury will win because it has to be yes or no. So I can't ask him which one's going to win. But Magic Yoda, is Tyson Fury going to win the bout tonight? And we'll see what he says. And Magic Yoda says he doesn't know. We've got a question mark. So not even Magic Yoda knows. I think it's going to be a very, very tough call on this one. My prediction is Tyson's going to take it. Tyson Fury's going to take it. But we'll have to wait and see because Usyk's not an abysmal fighter. He knows what he's doing in the ring, so it definitely could go either way. And just to remind people, the fight isn't until after 11 o'clock tonight, so you can definitely stick around and not miss that. But I'm very, very, very excited to see who's going to take that because they've got the titles on the line, haven't they? So whoever wins is going to come away with all three titles. Are you a fan of boxing at all?
I until tonight and you mentioning it, I didn't even know it was happening. I must say, I'm not really a sports, fan, especially not.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Now, I'm quite interested in boxing. I'd definitely used to be a lot more interested in boxing than I am these days. I'd normally watch the highlights for the following day, but there is one match that's coming up in the next couple of months that I just cannot miss for the world. I'm even thinking of doing a live commentary for it, and you may well have heard about this, but did you know that Mike Tyson's going to be coming back in the ring?
I have heard about that one, yeah.
Yeah, the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul match, and I just can't wait to see Mike Tyson knock Jake Paul all around the ring, because that is what's going to happen. Jake Paul doesn't have a chance. I don't care how old Mike Tyson is.
Yeah, it's probably, I'll probably say that as well for the outcome.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just as I was saying it, KYH has said, who else is excited for Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson? I am so excited for it. As I say, I'm probably going to look into getting it on pay-per-view and do a live commentary of a match, just for a bit of fun. God knows how well I'll be able to do, but yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Like Shiny's just said, Mike Tyson is the king of the ring. He really is. He's an absolute manimal. And yeah, I think he's going to do very well. Question from Jamie here for Yoda. Will I pick up Nishu Kinbar at Osaka Coin Fair next month. Yes, Jamie's going to the Osaka Coin Fair next month, which I can't wait to see what he's able to pick up from that. It's going to be, I'm sure he's going to have a great time there. But we'll ask Yoda, Jamie, will Jamie pick up a Nishu Kinbar at the Osaka Coin Fair? Magic Yoda says no. Unfortunately, Jamie, we've got a Darth Vader face, which means, unfortunately, it doesn't look like you will be able to get one on this occasion. But, it's very, very rare it happens, but it has been wrong in the past, so we can only wait to find out. And I generally can't wait to see what you're able to pick up there, mate. McDonald Bullion said, yes, prices of Royal Mint are very high. Luke says 25 years been waiting for an undisputed heavyweight. Yeah, absolutely. It would be awesome if we could get one. Zoltan says, hey Silverpunk. Hey Zoltan, thanks for joining us, mate. It's great to have you here. K White said, I hate Jake Paul, not going to lie, he's got the fattest ego ever. Yeah, he's arrogant, isn't he? And I think that's what puts off so many people off of him. But when it comes to boxing, he picks his contestants. He loves fighting boxers that are over, not really in their prime anymore, and he loves fighting athletes that aren't really boxers, and definitely does pick his fights. But I'm so excited to see what happens with Mike Tyson, and I really do think Tyson is going to absolutely destroy him. I've been looking at Tyson training and working out, and he doesn't look like he's a 57-year-old guy. He's somebody that I would run away from, and you would not see me for dust. So I'm looking forward to that. KY says, will I sell my gigantic silver spoon on eBay this week, Yoda? Let's find out. KYH wants to know, is he going to sell his gigantic silver spoon on eBay? And Yoda says he doesn't know. We've got a question mark on that one, I'm afraid, mate. So we will yet to find out. Why are you putting that on eBay? You were so happy to get that, mate. So maybe you should hang on to that, because I know you were so over the moon to get that for the collection. Luke says, even with his age, Mike got this. Like I say, the power is always last to go. Yeah, he's not an unfit guy. He's 57 years old, but he looks strong. He looks like he's able to last a few rounds in that ring, and I think Jake Paul's is going to have a bit of a shock to the system when he gets a couple of Mike Tyson's blows landed on him. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I know with the contract Jake Paul's put together, it incentivises Mike Tyson not to knock him out. I know if he knocks Jake out in the first round, he basically doesn't get paid. If he knocks him out in the second round, he hardly gets paid anything. So it kind of incentivises Mike Tyson not to knock him out. I don't think Mike Tyson's going to care about that. I don't think Mike Tyson's in it for the money. He's not doing too bad right now, and I think when he gets in that ring, everything else just goes out the window, and he's just going to, he's going to absolutely annihilate him. Jamie Frost said, if I take a few videos, would you want to edit them and show them the chat? I'd love to, Jamie, even on the live chat or do it on a video. That would be absolutely great. That reminds me of something you've started doing on your channel, where you're showing your subscribers' collections, aren't you?
Yeah, we started that pretty recently. We've done 2 episodes already, which is quite good because, even if we weren't going to showcase it, I love seeing personally myself everyone else's collections. Those that don't have a channel, there's obviously, as I say earlier, there's lots of channels to see. But even if we don't have a channel, to be able to just sort of show it to others is quite good. And a little Slack Chat exclusive here, part 3 of that series, the showcasing collections, is currently being made. It's some nice coins indeed being sent in and pictures of them. So that'd be a cool video.
Oh, that will be very cool, and I can't wait to see that. And I think it's great what you're doing, and I just want to let people know, if you ever want to send me photos of your collection, please do so, because I love showing them, and I'd be very happy to do a little video showing different people's collections. I think the last time I did it was Jamie's 10 yen date run, and it was ages ago. I think it wasn't long after I started the channel. He said, I asked people for pictures of their collections, and I think you sent me a picture across at the time as well. But maybe I'll have to do something like that as well in the future, because like you say, I think it's fantastic to share, especially with people who don't have channels, to give them an opportunity to share their collections with everybody, because that's why I started my YouTube channel, just to showcase my collection as it grows and let people see it.
Yeah, definitely. That's like I said. I mean, that's just one of the good things to just to see people's collections and see what's popular at the moment and stuff like that, and see. And also some of the ones that I've been sent in to from our videos have been people that have been collecting. They've been saying they've been collecting for like 40 years, and it really is
Yeah.
impressive. I mean, with time, what a collection can become if you're properly collecting for 40 years, then even if you have a low budget, that's just makes it a huge collection by the end of that. So it's really impressive and inspiring often to the more beginner collectors.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It goes to show that, even if you're not made of money, with enough time and just buying a few bits here and there, these collections really can become something amazing over enough time, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you just, it's just consistency. I think if you just keep getting some bits here and there, then like I say, in the long run, it will just be very, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if you do have a nice collection of coins, and you would like to see them on the internet, Bits and Bobs are doing a series. So, get at them, send them some emails, and we'll look forward to seeing more and more collections on their channel. And I was going to suggest something to you, and feel free to say no if you like, or mull it over, or speak to the other guys. But do you know, next year when you do your collection competition, how do you feel about doing a bit of a collaboration and letting me get my collection in there?
What I would say is we can do that sooner than next year. We can have our you know our own bits and bobs one each year, but we could organize something like a in the summer coming up. I mean, like a big, maybe more than just bits and bobs and stack collector. Kind of,
Yeah,
there could be two versions, like who has the best YouTube coin collection and who has the best YouTube silver stack or gold stack. We can do like the
yes.
entries from all the different stackers and people, and obviously that'll be very cool if we organize it big enough through the stacker social and stuff. We could get quite a big video going there, and it could, I don't know,
Yeah,
host it on whose channel it would be hosted, but to show off that many coin collections and that many stacks would be a great idea.
I think that's a fantastic idea. I think we should definitely do it in collaboration with Stacker Social. Me personally, what I would suggest is that we all do our own video on our own channel with our collections, and then we post them onto Stacker Social. Then the people on Stacker Social get to vote who's got the best collection through a poll after they've all been shown, and then maybe I could announce the winner on a Stack Chat or something like that. I think that would be a hell of a lot of fun.
I think that would be that's a brilliant idea. I'm getting excited already for that. I must say that sounds really good. And we could do a similar thing, like with the recent giveaway 365 did, with lots of stuff donated through Stacker Social. We could everyone
Yes.
do pieces, and then I guess that's kind of counterintuitive, giving the person with the best collection more coins.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but it would be nice if like maybe we could all like chuck in a small amount of money each and get someone like Silverpunk to pour us like something for the winner, like best collection bar or something like that.
More coins, as it were, something a bit more linked to it, more personalized. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry, KOH, mate. I was just about to get to it. Yeah, he's letting us know that it's not his brand new big spoon he's selling. It's a pair of spoons that he's putting up. But yeah, I think they will probably sell, KYH, mate. You should definitely you should do a video showing people what you're selling, and put a link in the description of that video to your eBay listing, and maybe that'll help you get a few bids for it. But I definitely think you should do that. But going back to what we were just saying about the competition, I think that's a fantastic idea. I definitely think we should look into getting that organised, and just it doesn't matter how big your channel is, anyone's free to enter, and we'll let the people decide who they think is the like you say, got the best coin collection and slash best stack. I think they should be the two categories.
Yeah, I think. I mean, yeah. The two things I quickly say is often, or very often, the channel size doesn't correlate to the collection. Or there's some
No.
much smaller channels that have truly amazing collections, and then there's also some channels, just because they have a lot doesn't mean they have way more than the smaller channels. It's often not quite as relative, so anyone could definitely enter, absolutely. And also we could even go as far as to make it almost maybe wouldn't be running for too long, but it could be over the summer, perhaps like a monthly series. So who has the best silver stack, who has the best coin collection, who has the best gold stack. We could do a few different I don't know, we'd want to combine the silver and gold ones, or we could do a few different versions of it.
No, I think it's better to separate them and have one for silver stack and one for gold stack.
Yeah, because that would just give
I think that,
opportunity. If some people focus on collecting, they're not really going to win the
yeah.
gold one. But if some people are like really, really, really heavy gold stackers, they're going to have not much of a collection, let's say, but the gold stack they'll be really good at.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 365 Days of Silver said he had to put the paintbrush down just to comment. Great idea. I think we're going to make that happen. Definitely 100%. I think because not only would it be really interesting and a bit of fun, it's also going to like promote a lot of the smaller channels out there as well. If it's linked with larger channels as well, because we'll all be shouting each other out in the videos, etc., etc. And we'll do we can do a timescale where you've got to put your video up within that timescale, and then like you say, leave it a little while for people to watch the videos, and then we'll do a poll in Stacker Social, and then people can choose who their favourite collection was, and we can do a pre-decimal collection, modern coin collection, silver stack, gold stack, and we can have quite a few different categories, which should hopefully give us quite a few different winners as well, and make people's chances a little bit better of winning.
I think this is a perfect idea. With the more videos, that'll be just more and more opportunities to grow the smaller channels as well. Because if I don't know who, but if there's like a really big channel that enters, or even not a massive channel, but just someone with thousands of subscribers rather than hundreds, and then their viewers watch and then go over to the other smaller channels, that will just really boost the community, and I think it will just be a really positive thing to do, actually. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm up for that. KYH is letting us know he's going. I just want to respond to your comment there, KYH, about your community post. I think you'd be better off doing it as a video. Not everyone sees the community post, but if you do a video, I think a lot more people will see it. So I think you should do a little video with the spoons and let people know that they're for sale, and get it out that way as well, because I think more people will see that than just the community post. But thanks for joining us as per usual, mate. You take care, and I'm looking forward to speaking to you next week on the chat. I also want to say a massive hello to Cranky Stacker, Camel Finance, and Mr. Kiwi, who's all just come across and joined us. So likewise with everybody else, it's fantastic to have you all here. So thank you so much for bringing yourselves across and having a chat with us. Coin Noob said, I can do a 101 useful things to do with pre-decimal coins. I'm going to ask you not to do that, please, Coin Noob. That will devastate me. It'll be a handful of pre-decimal pennies, a drill, and an angle grinder on his backdrop, and I'll just shudder in fear. But yeah, Coin Noob's got a fantastic collection of both silver and modern coins. He's not into, like I said before, he's not interested in pre-decimal stuff, but his modern coin collection is outstanding, and his silver stack. To say he's only been doing it for only around about a year or so, he's got such a great collection. And I wanted to ask you, Coin Noob, have you purchased yourself a new Today Mint Ankh bar? I saw it in the auction last night, and it made me think of you straight away. I think it's going to look great in your collection. I know you're going to have to get it for the collection, but let us know if you've picked it up yet, or if you've got your eyes on it. What are your thoughts of the Today Mint items? I've got one out myself right here, which is the Hamza Hand 2-ounce stackable. I think they're all absolutely fantastic. It's a series that I really did have to struggle not to get the rest of them, because it's quite a large series now, and it's got some fantastic pieces on there, but they are quite pricey, purely because they're so beautiful. But what's your thoughts of silver art pieces, really? Are you a fan of those? Can you see yourself getting any of those going forwards?
What I would say is I don't think I would personally get any, but it really does spice up a lot of backgrounds and backdrops, especially for those kind of, like something like this here. If you had an art piece, would really, really make that look much better. A lot of the hat,
yeah,
different art pieces. There's the bar. I'm not sure what it's called, but the really high relief bars they do and stuff, different places.
Yeah.
I think they're really, really good for videos and stuff. I would maybe stay away from them as an investment. I'm not sure how they perform, I must say. I just imagine they'd be overspot, and it depends what you could get back.
Yes.
But, I haven't seen too many of the designs other than what's on people's channels, but I think overall they look really good. But yeah, we're just not. I think I'm too laser focused for me. If it's not a British coin, kind of an instant no. But they're very cool.
Yeah. But it can be handy, can't it, to know what you like? You know what I mean? You know what you like, you know what you want, and it makes it a little bit easier to get what you want. I sometimes find it very difficult because I'll see all these different pieces and I think, oh God, I want it so badly. But then, like you say, a lot of the time they come with a very high premium. One piece that I will be getting at some point, I don't know when, but I will be getting the Han Solo in carbonite bar. The one that actually looks like, he's in the carbonite. I think that piece is absolutely incredible, but it's really not cheap.
Although it would make quite a good sort of companion piece to is it the Beskar bars they do as well?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I've got the best cars. They're right here in the acrylic capsules. I've got all the ones up to here. I've got 2021, 2022, and 2023. If they bring out the 2024, I'll definitely be adding that to the collection as well because I think the best cars are very nice bars. It's just really annoying that you have to get the expensive capsules for them because they're a very, very odd size, aren't they?
Yeah, that's often the case with a specialist piece. If it's not, they are quite popular, but especially if it's more of an obscure thing, like Britannia's, there's kind of capsules the right size if you want them, but the more obscure it is, then the harder it is to get the right storage.
Yeah, absolutely. Coyne was just mentioned something in the comments. I thought this was brilliant. He did a little Game of Thrones themed video recently where he made all of his silver into like a bit like the Iron Throne, which is made out of swords. He did something similar with his silver pieces. That's a great video. If anyone hasn't had a chance to head on over and check his channel out yet, definitely do so. He's got some fantastic videos on there, and that was one that really did make me laugh. I think the only thing about that for me, Coin Noob, and I just, if it had been me, I would have done the Game of Thrones theme tune in the background. You know, the do 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 do. You know what I mean? But other than that, it was a fantastic video. So definitely head over and check that out if you haven't done so as of yet. Jamie Frost has said that samurai mask on Cobra's auction was absolutely stunning. Cobra, do you watch any of the Cobra live auctions at all?
With the auctions, I don't tend to bid, so I have it on as like a background thing. But I mainly watch the videos he does beforehand, showing off the pieces. And there's a huge, from what I've seen, transition from just kind of standard stuff to the really, really premium, proper collector stuff. Like not just raw mint, but like proper high premium stuff, which has been really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, the guy has done such a great job making connections all over the world, and some of the stuff he's able to get in for the auction nowadays, it's just outstanding. It really is. I'm massively impressed with him. I think it's a great thing he's doing for the community because it's like he says, it's not just an auction. It's very similar to the Stack Chat. People get together, they have a laugh and joke in the comments, and it's a great night. I've not bought a lot in the last few auctions. I got myself another one of these, what we were talking about earlier, the landscape Unum Lion bar, because I do buy the ones in the assay cards from the Royal Mint, but then I also need to buy them in the normal capsule so they can go with the rest of the 1 ounce bars that I've got. So I did get that, but I thought one of the brilliant things he started doing now as of yesterday's auction is for his add-ons, and if anyone wasn't aware, you haven't seen the auction, what he does, if you buy something, he'll very often have pieces that you can buy as an add-on, and they'll be for a set price, and you have to buy something through the auction to be able to buy an add-on. And what he's done now is he's put together some mystery tubes. So it's a tube of 1 ounce pieces. They're all £30 each, but it's a complete mystery as to which item you'll get out of it. And there were some fantastic coins he had in those tubes. It really was, and I thought that was such a fun thing to do. It nearly got me spending so much money just because, as Jamie Frost will know, I'm a huge sucker for a mystery box. I really am. So I think that's a great idea, and I think it's like you say, he's getting some fantastic pieces in there, isn't he?
Absolutely. It's quite I don't want to say strange, but it'd be strange to imagine the community as it was a year ago or 2 years ago now, because without all the Stack Chat, the channels, and all the auctions and Stacker Social, it would feel really, really strangely different, because it's such a connected community that's happened in a really, really short amount of time. I mean, they've been making bullion, and there's been people buying bullion for a very long time, but in the UK recently, it's just really, the community's just kind of appeared instantly and really, really built up.
Yeah, and I think that's because it's so inviting. You know, it's just such a great community of people. You don't get any of that toxicity like you do in other communities where people are really harsh on the newbies and put noobs down. I mean, in the stacking community, I've noticed that people really like to take the newbies in and give them advice and help them out and like you say, just share everybody's different stacking collection. And I'll just mirror what you've just said there. I think, you know, over the last year and a half, the UK stacking, because the US have had a brilliant community for a while now. You know, they really have got a fantastic community and some really wonderful, you know, US stackers out there. We've got a few in the chat with us today, but the UK side of things, until a year and a half ago, we were really lacking, especially with an online presence, and it really has just blossomed so much over the last year and a half. I think, you know, I think things like what 365 Days of Silver's doing with the Stackers Social really helps it as well. But you know, even outside that, it's just fantastic to see so much love in the community and so much support from one channel to the other.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going back to the comments a little bit, because we've had some fantastic comments. Scrapping, Hoarding and Tinkering Funny says, how do you catch up once you're so far behind? I feel like you have to treat it like a house of spiders and just run away. I get that. And we were kind of saying something very similar before the stack chat, weren't we? You know, where it can be so difficult when you're so far behind. We were talking about the Queen's Beast coins, and you know, it can be such a grueling task that a lot of the time it's, you know, you just try and avoid it, don't you? You're like, no, I'm not going to start, because if I start, I've got to get them all, and it's going to be so difficult to get them all. It's going to take me forever.
Yeah, there's been a few times where I've been hovering over certain you know, eBay purchases of Queen's Beasts because it's a good price for one, but then it's just I'm just gonna have to hold off on the Queen's Beast because it's just there's obviously 11 of them, and then just there's the price so much. It's kind of, it is hard if you haven't got in from the start.
Yeah, I've stopped myself up to yet, but I'm so tempted to take a load of money out of my ISA investment, because Stephen with the Freeze for the Ease, he's got some full sets that he's selling, and I'm so tempted just to say, here you go, here's the money, just give me a full set, and then it's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really, really tempting with a lot of things just in general, because one of the benefits of stacking and collecting is obviously money is very, very important, but it doesn't do anything in the bank. It's a bit different if it's ISA account stuff, but generally speaking, if it's just kind of numbers on the screen or cash, it doesn't do much. And I think if you put it towards something tangible, then you can actually, as well as having it as a decent investment, usually in most cases, but you can actually enjoy it much more and actually have a really good enjoyment out of your money. Because I mean, no one, obviously it will bring happiness if you've got a decent amount of money, but there's only so much joy you can get out of looking at a bank account number rather than actual physical stuff. So it is tempting, you know, for the numbers to go down a bit and your collection to go up, but you have to balance it out, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm loving the gains I'm getting in the ISA account. It's back up to about 24% profit right now, which is fantastic. You know, it really is. Most people aim to get 8% per year, so it's performing very well right now. But then on the other side of that, it is performing very well right now. So it would be a great time to actually take the money out at a good profit and then put it into silver, which would hopefully continue to go up in value going forwards down the line as well. And something like the Queen's Beast series, I think they're going to hold their premium, if not go up in value going forwards. What do you think on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one of the, obviously with any kind of investment, is to time the market and predict the market. But Queen's Beasts have obviously the silver price has done very well, obviously since 2017 or 16 when they started. But the premiums have just done arguably better on some of them, and I wouldn't see that stopping in the future as they gain popularity.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Coin Noobs let me know it was the TikTok copyright which made him not do the theme tune. I get that. I thought, I mean, obviously I don't do TikTok very much, but I thought TikTok was kind of like no holds barred when it came to music. I thought it was a bit like a YouTube short where, you know, you didn't get so many copyright issues, but obviously it is obviously an issue, so I can understand that if that was the case. McDonald Bullion said Cobra's pieces are incredible, puts my stack to shame. McDonald Bullion, he puts all of our stacks to shame. Let's be honest. There's so many of us, he puts our stacks to shame. I think we should ban Cobra from the collection competition. What do you think?
Well, we might have to have a bit of a care by some of the big players.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, that's why we need additional categories like pre-decimal coins and modern coin collecting coins, because then at least we've got a chance of winning something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think if we do it, I mean, the pre-decimal coins will be where I go for it. Modern coins and bullion, maybe not as much, but the pre-decimal will be my time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, the only with my pre-decimal, I don't know if it would help me, but I've got sheer volume wise, I've got a lot of coins in the pre-decimal stuff, especially for the non-silver coins and the the bronze/copper coins. I've got a huge amount of them, so that might help me a little bit. But I don't. You guys with your pre-decimals, I don't think I'd win any of the categories, but I'll have a lot of fun taking part. I know that for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the main thing I would like to do, or the main thing I'm excited for with it, is just to see the side of collections we don't see very much. Because I would say that most bullion stackers will have some kind of collectible coins lying around. They might not show up on the channel, but we'll just get to see almost behind the scenes of some of the bullion stackers seeing their coins, and vice versa with collectors seeing their bullion.
Yeah, I think one of the strongest parts of my collection is my proof collection, which is it's the least seen part of my collection because it's always away. But I think I've got something like 50 proof sets or something like that. So I've got a good number of proof sets. So I don't know, it's you've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? So I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And I definitely think we should start putting that together and get people putting videos together, and it'll definitely help me get my collection ready to, because I've always wanted to do a full collection video anyway, so it's about time I pulled my finger out and got that sorted. So yeah, I think that would be absolutely fantastic. We could also have a one for hammered coins as well, best hammered coin collection, etc. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we could. There's almost endless possibilities for expanding it. We could even do some kind of overlap. We could have like a main big one to kick it off, like just show all of your coins and then all of your bullion.
Yeah.
And we can just do narrowing down ones in the future, like show all of your, Hammond coins or whatever happens to be further ones if it's been popular.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it would just be a great way to get everyone together. And I'm all about things that get people together and have fun together. So I think it's going to be fantastic. And we're 100% we're going to get this sorted. And anyone who wants to enter is more than welcome to do so. Shiny Stacker said he got a mystery tube add-on and got a Fast and the Furious coin. Fantastic. The second one was a humpback whale, though, haha, but I'll take it. Well, that's the thing with a mystery tube coin. You never know what you're going to get. The Fast and Furious coin, that's absolutely fantastic. But I think the humpback whale one's quite good as well. A lot of people like their nature bullion, don't they? Like things like the kookaburras and stuff like that, etc. So I think that's still a great coin. And 30 quid a coin right now, with spot price being near as damn it to 25 quid an ounce. I mean, yeah, it's not bad at all, is it? Just a £5 premium.
No, and and especially when if you sell it on sort of the Silver Forum or Stagger Social, you probably get even more. But even the bullion companies are paying, I think, over £26 an ounce now. So it's really not much of a spread there. So you can't go too wrong at all.
No, absolutely, 100%. I just want to say I completely agree with what Cranky Stacker and Scrapping Holding Tinkering Fund have said. Cranky said mystery boxes and bags can be addictive. Danger. And Scrapping Hoarding Tinkering Fund said, yeah, mystery boxes are like crack. They are. They're my weakness, and I can't stop buying them. I just can't stop. But yeah, you've got to love a mystery box of silver. Blistering Bodicles has said, please like and get TSC to 1. Well, he said TSG, but I'm sure he meant TSC to 1K, and that would be fantastic if I could, because I've got some items that I want to get rid of. I've got some gold here that doesn't belong to me. It belongs to somebody else out there. We just don't know who it is yet, and I honestly can't wait to find out who's going to win those beautiful items right here. But I'll show everyone just to remind everyone. James Elliott, we've had some great pieces donated by members of the community. James Elliott has donated the Deer 1 ounce bar. I've personally put in the Tabex 1 gram gold bar, as well as the 1 gram TSC bar. Silver Sins has donated the 1 gram gold Heraeus bar, so there's 2 grams of gold there. Jamie Frost has donated one of these stunning commemorative 500 yen coins in assay. We've got Kyoto right here. And GSH has donated some aluminium pieces as well. But that's not all, because I'm also going to be giving prizes to 2 runners up. There'll be a second place prize that will win an ounce of silver, as well as my channel sticker, poker chip, etc. And also third place prize will win a 1 ounce copper piece, as well as my channel sticker and poker chip, etc. So yeah, there's definitely some great prizes out there, and I can't wait to see who's going to win them. But I've got to get to 1,000 subscribers first, which I'm at 953 right now, so it's only another 47. So fingers crossed we could get there very soon.
Definitely. I mean, you definitely deserve it. So yeah, and I'll do is I'll put after this a community post out saying for people to head over to Stacker Social to try and get to 350 members or 365 members, or whatever it was, as many as possible to get more members. And I'll put a app for your channel as well, just to say people to send people over to the right places, Stacker Social and the Stack Collector, to give both of those a boost to hopefully get to the, not just to get you to 1,000, but to unlock the giveaway as well.
Absolutely, that would be very generous of you, mate. I massively appreciate that, so thank you very much. Coinoob said 365 would definitely win the best copper. Ooh, I don't know, I don't know, because I've got a lot of copper. I've got a hell of a lot of copper now. 365 has got a brilliant, he really has got a brilliant copper stack. He was going through it in one of his recent videos. But I've got a lot of weight in old pre-decimal copper, so I don't know. I might be in with a chance there. He's definitely, when it comes to copper bullion, he blows me out of the water 1,000,000%. Don't get me wrong on that, but I do have a lot of the old pre-decimal copper coins. So who knows? You never know. You never know. You've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? Mr. Kiwi said, the second best time to start stacking is today. Yeah, well, it is, isn't it? We all wish we could have done it earlier, but the sooner you can start, the better. And there's no time like the present, as they say. Cranky said, listening to these collections, I feel like the kid on the corner selling pencils from a tin cup. Not at all, Cranky. You've got a fantastic collection. I truly do think you've got a beautiful collection. And your collection of foreign pieces is getting so outstanding these days. It really is. So you never know, mate. I think we should all enter it, even if it's just for fun, you know what I mean? So yeah, absolutely 100%. Mika said when he first started stacking, he felt he'd missed the boat on low prices. With the price for gold and silver where they are now, I now feel I've accumulated lots of bargain prices. Yeah, and that's very true. And in 10 years' time, people are going to be saying exactly the same thing. They're going to be saying, "Oh, can you remember when silver was £24 an ounce? Can you remember when gold was only 1,900 an ounce?" Because it's it's going to keep going up over time. So although we all wish we'd have started a long time before, there is no time like the present, and things are going to continue to go up over time. 365 says, I'm on the water now as well, got to be up in a few hours. That's a good call, that is, mate. I know 365 has to get up early hours of the morning on a Sunday, so yeah, probably best to get on the water, especially with this heat, because it does take it out of you if you're drinking the sun. Blistering Barnacles Adventure says, I'm your pal, not expecting to win anything, mate, you're a top man. Well, who knows? Again, Blistering Barnacles, he's got a fantastic collection. Some of the coins he's bringing out on his shorts are just absolutely stunning. Big fan of his Battle of Britain coins that he's shown recently, and if anyone hasn't seen them, he does normally a few shorts a day, and he does his Ride With Me video every single day, and then he'll do a couple of other shorts showcasing individual coins, etc. And there's some fantastic collections out there. There really are, and different people like different things, so you never know. You just never know. And I think the main thing for it is just to be a bit of fun and to share everybody's channels. You know what I mean? I think that's going to be the main aim of it. Winning's nice. It's always nice to win, but I think we should do something that's just going to be a lot of fun to take part in, and that will definitely be my intention, as it were. SHTF has said, got to Looks like I sent you a giveaway and the post office ripped the letter in half. I taped coins to the card inside, so it must have been Christmas stickers or magnets. Well, I always hate it when your post turns up and it's it's been tampered with. That's why I always wrap mine around the edges, etc. in sellotape, so there's no chance of it getting damaged through the machine. Somebody has to have actually damaged that themselves for that to happen. But you see it all the time, don't you, when people do mail coins and they turn up and the edge of the envelope's ripped open and whatever coin or whatever it was inside has gone missing. And and a lot of the time it will be through the machinery of the sorting office, but I think there's some dubious postmen out there as well that rip it open and just take what's inside. Coin Noob said those old washers don't count. You say that, but they do contain 97% copper, so there's a lot of copper in them, and it's other people differ, mate. So some people like the old pre-decimal washers, as you like to call them. So you never know. You never know. It could be anyone's game. And the same as I say, the most fun is going to be taking part. But if it was down to copper bullion, 365 days of silver would take it hands down. But if it was like total weight of copper, I may be in the running, is all I'm saying. Because I've just because of the sheer volume of old pre-decimal bronze coins, which have got a large copper content in them. Gadita also has said, didn't know scrapping was very disappointing in post office. Yeah, that is super disappointing when things turn up like that. It really is. 7 Stacks has joined us. 7, it's great to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm just going to have a quick look through the comments just to make sure I haven't missed anything. Jamie Frost is off. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us. It's got to be coming on to 7 a.m. where you are, so I appreciate that you need to leave, mate. But thank you so much for coming along today and joining us. Camel Finance is also heading off. He said, have a great evening all. And once again, Camel, it's been great having you here, mate. I really do appreciate you joining us, and thank you. And you enjoy the rest of your Saturday night. 365 has said, Mr. Kiwi, I found the tube today, got a video planned soon. Can't wait to see that on the channel. 365, mate. Got some see you laters to the people who are leaving, and let's have a look. I think that's it. Oh, here we go. 365 says, Cranky. Oh, no, that's a message for Cranky. Ugly copper washers, Mr. Kiwi. Oh, Mr. Kiwi. He's on Coin Noob side. Well, at least I've got you to back me up tonight, Ethan, mate, because I know you're a big fan of the old copper pennies.
Oh yeah, they're great coins. Almost better when they're worn, I think, because the history, they get so worn. The amount of history they have really is evident to see from the actual coin.
Yeah, 100%. Shiny Stacker's heading off as well. Likewise, Shiny. It's been fantastic having you here, mate. Thank you very much for joining us. Shiny, I think it was Shiny Stacker that won the duck race, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, so don't forget to email me your details across, mate, so I can get your things out to you on Monday. I've got to go down to the post office. I've got a few items I'm sending out, so I'll get that sent out alongside with those. Let's have a look. I think that's got us about caught up with the chat. I just want to remind everyone, if you do have any questions for Ethan or myself, feel free to pop them in the chat. If you can put at the stack, the @ sign and then Stack Collector, it makes it pop out in a little orange box and makes it easy for me to pick up. Ethan has got one of the best knowledges when it comes to old coins out there. He really has. So this is your chance to ask him whatever question you want, and you'll get a very good answer. I can assure you that. Because how did you become so knowledgeable when it comes to old coins? Because your knowledge base is as somebody who collects old coins, it blows me away, how much you know when it comes to these things.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I think the way I have just kind of learned more and more and more is we do quite a lot of videos on our channel, obviously, which I research. We research, so we just learn a lot by distributing information. So we do daily short videos, well, not shorts, but fairly short videos about a specific coin. So I'll just learn about that coin that we're doing as I talk about it for the video. And we try to cover as many topics as possible on our different videos. So just all things about all kinds of areas of coins. And just over time of doing all the videos and just researching, I must confess, I buy maybe too many coins. I buy quite a lot of coins, and researching all the coins I've bought and researching coins to talk about on the channel. There's just a lot of research that happens kind of not almost not for the sake of research, but just as a side effect, and that just kind of all builds up over time. And I have yeah been able to learn quite a lot about old coins, more than I ever thought I'd know.
Yeah, yeah. I'll go into that a little bit further, very briefly. I've just seen Mr. Kiwi's comment in the chat there. Great question, mate. He's asked, how do we enter the 1K giveaway? There's, I may not have added the link as of yet in the description of this video. Let me just check. I think I may have forgot to do that. Yes. Oh no, no, it is in there. Subscriber giveaway. So if you go into the description of this video, there's a link for my 1,000 subscriber giveaway. Just click on that link. It'll take you to the video, and all you have to do is put any comment. It doesn't. It's not a specific phrase or anything. It's literally any comment in the comment section of that video, and I will be entering every single person who's commented on that video. In there's going to be more than one duck race because we're limited to. 100 people per duck race, so we're probably going to have a couple of duck races, find a couple of winners, and then we'll have a final out of the winners of those duck races to find out who wins. But as I say, there will also be a second place and a third place. But as I say, all you need to do is just go over to the video for my 1,000 subscriber giveaway, just put any comment you want in that comment section, and that will be you entered into the giveaway. So it's super easy, super simple, and all you have to do is put any comment you like. But yeah, if anybody hasn't done that as of yet, the link should be in the description of all my videos between now and when I do the 1,000 subscriber giveaway, just to try and make it as easy as possible. But yeah, I generally can't wait to get that sorted, because it really is a fantastic little bundle. You've got 2 grams of gold, you've got an ounce of silver, you've got wonderful, commemorative coins, and as well as other pieces as well. So it's going to be absolutely fantastic to find the winner of that. Cranky, looks like Cranky's leaving us. Cranky, my friend, it's always great to have you here. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hello. I will speak to you outside of YouTube very soon, because we definitely do need to have a catch up. And yeah, I look forward to speaking to you soon, my friend. But you take care of yourself, buddy. Coin Noob says, a duck off, if you will. Yeah, absolutely, a duck off. That's it. I love that. That's what I'm calling it from now on. And yeah, I agree with 365 here. That's brilliant. We can't wait to have a duck off. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. It really is. I think that's going to be a great stack chat when we get to do that. And yeah, but for now, we're 10 members away, so I want to be able to do this next week. I really do, guys. So I just need 10 people. Just 10 people to go out there and join up to Stackers Social, and then we can give this item away. Not only that, though, just to let everybody know, there's a couple of giveaways coming up for Stackers Social, because as soon as we get to 350 members, I'll be giving away the 2 ounce GPS round. But when we get to 365 members, 365 is going to be doing another giveaway as well. So there's a couple of great giveaways coming up. So it's definitely worth your while joining. Not only because of the giveaways, but because it's a fantastic community. Everybody in there is like-minded. You know what it's like. You try and talk to your friends in the real world about your collection and these things, and most of the time, I know you're all right, Ethan, because you've got Charles and Max. But for most of us, you try and talk to your friends about this kind of stuff, and you've just got no interest whatsoever, have they?
You're definitely right. It's we're quite lucky to have friends that are into it, but often it's very. Either you're a big collector and fan of it, or you're just completely oblivious and don't really want to talk about it.
Yeah. Coin Noob said, Ethan, all joking aside, even though I'm not a fan of Predesol, I've enjoyed listening to you and appreciate your knowledge, buddy. Yeah, it's Coin Noob having a laugh. That's all it is. He does make me laugh when he says it. But yeah, he's a great guy. Coin Noob is. It's been a pleasure having him on the channel a few times, and I'm sure he has had a lot of fun. But that's reminded me what I was going to say to you. So, when you're reviewing your coins for the channel and you're learning all this stuff now, do you ever find that it's hard to retain the knowledge? Like, because there's been times where I've learned things and then I've not covered that coin in a long time, and then I start to forget who the designer was, and was it Kruger Gray, or was it DeSouls, or do you know what I mean? Do you ever find it hard to hold on to the information once you've learnt it?
I do know what you mean. I think at the start so for instance, if I was going to do, I'll say like a halfpenny, the reverse of the ship halfpenny was done by Humphrey Paget, but
Yeah,
I didn't know that for the first few times I would say it in the video, and just kind of it would just kind of go in and out as it were. And the design is done by
yeah,
Humphrey Paget, and I move on, and by the next day I'd forget that. But I've said it, having done I'm not sure how many exactly, but maybe 10 or 20 reviews of halfpennies with that design on. It just kind of through repetition goes into the mind, and I think that I've done
yeah,
stuff I couldn't tell you, of course, because I would have forgotten. But there would have been numerous things that I've said on the channel that I've now got no clue about now. But it's mainly the stuff that's been repeated. If it's the same designer, obviously, for a different year of coin each year, the more it can be said, the more obviously I can remember it. So I try to just keep things as fresh as possible and change up the coin I do each day. You know, flick from halfpenny to sovereign to shilling to block, you know, all kind of things, and just kind of keep it a good mix of stuff to keep everything fresh in the memory.
yeah, yeah. I definitely agree with that. You know, if it's something that you go to quite a lot, then you're able to retain that stuff so much better, aren't you? But then, you know, the more obscure facts, if you do something covering in that, and then you don't do anything regarding that kind of thing for a long period of time, then, you know, you can it kind of slips through the cracks of the memory, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If it were.
One thing that does help with
Yeah.
most coins, though, is obviously to give the memory a jog. There's the little initials behind. So you can see
Yeah.
if you forget who did the portrait, you can see, you know, JC. Oh yeah, Jodie Clark for that one. You just kind of give
Yeah.
a little jog.
I still see Jodie Clark as a woman in my head. I'm sorry, Jodie Clark. I really am. Because I don't know why. I just always assumed Jodie Clark was a woman.
I think that's not too uncommon. I remember the first time, the way I first heard about Jodie Clark was I saw him with a picture. So I always remember that first.
Yeah.
It was a picture of him holding up one of the coins with his portrait, with not his portrait, but with his design of the Queen on it. So I remember that. But I believe I'm right in saying Charles and Max as well. I think I was saying, you know, the new portrait here, that's Jodie Clark, and I think they thought he was a she. But it's easily done.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Silver Digger just let us know he's getting off. It's barbecue time, so I hope you enjoy your barbecue, mate. It's been great having you here in the chat, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your afternoon. Blistering Barnacle says, you're teaching me loads, Matt. It's one of the best things about this community is this, you know, it's the sharing of knowledge, and I think that's fantastic. 365 said, I'm the same though, Coin Noob. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'm a big fan of Bits and Bob's channel and really enjoy hearing about the history of coins. I think that's, yeah, I think even if people weren't necessarily the hugest fan of pre-decimal stuff, I think they can still get a lot of fun and enjoyment out of watching your channel. I think one of the best things you do is your Monarch of the Month section. Do you want to let people know a little bit more detail regarding that?
Yeah. So yeah, thank you. But as well. But yes, the Monarch of the Month is basically every month we'll put out a community post, and you can vote of the options of the monarchs who is going to be the Monarch of the Month for that month. And then we're going to do for that month on every Monday. So the first Monday of the month is a video about the monarchs themselves. So what do they do in their lifetime, their life and legacy. And then the remaining 3 weeks, the remaining 3 Mondays, myself, Charles, and Max will each do a video about a coin from their reign. So they'll be just really focused on one monarch's coinage in their lifetime for each month. And this month's monarch is Edward III for May.
Yeah, and there's always so much brilliant information about in the Monarch of the Month's videos. I get a lot of enjoyment out of those videos. I really do. I think my favourite of your videos are the ones where you get together and because you show your faces on your videos, don't you, from time to time?
Yeah, we if we're regular, so for the videos where it's not actually filmed like a video, but it's just pictures more, we don't show faces. But if there's a video where we're filming, and then we pretty much always have a face showing our faces.
Yeah, well, one of my favourite videos you did was your Christmas videos, where you showcased the pieces you got for Christmas, and you always show your faces in those videos, and you have your little Christmas hats on, and it looks so cosy, and you know, I think those videos are brilliant. I just want to address the comments there and just let Mr. Kiwi know, don't use 365 link. He's already well in the lead of the leaderboard for sign-ups. Use my link in the description of this video, please. No, that's my only request. But yeah, no, that's fantastic. If you could send the invite link out to a few people, if we can just get just those last few members by next week, I'd love to do that duck race in next week's Stack Chat, and we've got a couple of laughy faces here from 365. There's something in Stacker Social where there's a bit of a leaderboard which shows you how many people have joined using each other's links. Now, I'm currently number 2 on the leaderboard, but there's a huge gap between me and 365. So if everybody could use my link, I would be very, very much appreciative of that. So, but regardless, whatever link you use, it will just be great to have the CV Stacker Social Discord going bigger and bigger. I know you're a very active member in there, aren't you? Especially in the numismatic section.
Yeah, I like to see my favorite part is probably the showing your pickups bit as well, just because similar to what I've been saying, just to see what everyone's been getting and stuff, just to chat about it is really cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Mr. Kiwi said, no way I am using the Kings. So that's brilliant. So you're going to be using my link. I love that, Mr. Kiwi. I'm really joking. I'm not the king. I hope that's my link you've just put in there, Blistering Barnacles, mate. I really do. But yeah, like I say, regardless of which link you use, it's just better to have the people in there than not. So yeah, let's get it to 350 members. And then after that, we'll get it to 365 members, and we can get some lovely, lovely items, you know, sent out to people in the community. It's always so wonderful doing the giveaways and, you know, seeing people get to win whatever items it is. I've always had so much fun doing giveaways on the channel, which is why I like to do at least the one small giveaway every week, and then, you know, in a couple of weeks' time, we'll a couple of times in the year I try and do the bigger giveaways like at Christmas time, etc. But yeah, they're always a lot of fun. 365 Days Super says BBA has been working hard to move up the leaderboard. Oh, well done, BBA. He's such an active member of the community, BBA is, and he's always so fantastic in supporting other channels. He shares so many of my videos, and I really am massively appreciative of it, BBA. I think you're an absolute star when it comes to this community, mate. You really are. Mr. Kiwi says, I got to get a few more myself, mate. Got to maintain third place, but we'll share yours. If you're in the running, Mr. Kiwi, then I understand. As long as you're not using 365's link and using your own, that's absolutely fine by me, buddy. Yeah, I need to check out the leaderboard. I've not had a look in a while. I think I was on about 47 or something like that, and 365's on about 300. So, you know, it's not quite, but there is a huge gap there. So going forwards with your channel, what can we expect to see going down the line? Is it going to be more of the same? Have you got any plans in the pipeline that you're looking to introduce or anything like that?
Yeah, basically more of the same. We're going to keep up at 6 p.m. every day, a coin review for one particular coin. Tuesdays is the video where we show what we've bought, and then it's Thursday and Saturday is our main video with shorts in between. So lots of videos. One thing we want to do more of is, obviously I do quite a lot of videos, and we do quite a lot of videos going to our local antique shop. But especially in the summer, we want to do videos going to different towns, antique shops, different coin fairs, coin shops, and just, you know, we've done a few videos like coin shopping in Salisbury and Cornwall and stuff like that. But just going further afield and different places to buy coins rather than sort of just, you know, either eBay or the same places, just, you know, filming. Hopefully, but the goal would be to film more out and about rather than just film the coins once they're back, once I've got them back.
Do you know what I think would be absolutely fantastic, and I would love to see on your channel if you could do this, because I know obviously time-wise you've got a lot of different constraints, but I would love to see you, Charles and Max, on a road trip, you know, like a road trip vlog of you travelling around the UK, going from different coin stores and different antique stores just to see what you get, and you know, recording your journey and maybe a few behind the scenes, that kind of thing. I think something like that would be absolutely fantastic, and I would be completely glued to the screen if you were able to do something like that.
That would be absolutely amazing. That's the dream, and we might have to do it in more of a installments, you know, for one specific place than another, rather than, you know, in a playlist rather than one big vlog. But I mean, that would be very, very cool indeed, and very enjoyable, not just to showcase on the channel, but also to do as well in real life.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'd be great to do it as a series, not like you release like one stop per video kind of thing, or release the videos over a period of time. I think that would be fantastic, and it would be a lot of fun because I understand. You can't be together on every single video, but I think the ones where you do get together and you're all there. I think those videos really stand out to me, and I have so much fun watching those. And you get that personal touch don't behind it as well, don't you? I mean, I know the channel is about the coins, and it's mostly about the coins, and your coin reviews are absolutely brilliant. But it's always great to put faces to the voices and the hands, as I like to say, and the ones where we get to actually see you guys interact with each other are a lot of fun. They really are.
Yeah, they're the best videos to make as well, I think. And another Stacker Social, not Stacker Social, Stack Chat exclusive, is there are many videos to come with all of us in. Lots of good stuff coming up. We've got
That's apps.
some plans and
Sorry, mate. Go on.
stuff. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's brilliant. I cannot wait to see those, and I really look forward to following the channel and seeing those going forwards. We had some great comments here from Blistering Barnacles and Zoltan, who said they love this community. It makes him feel at home, and Zoltan said my worldwide family, and that's what it is, isn't it? We're all one big family, and it's just such a fantastic community of people, and I love it. I'd love it myself, guys. I really do. 365 said I'd love to see all three members on a Stack Chat in the future. Yes, if we can, we will, won't we? Definitely.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially now that I've done this one now. I must say I've enjoyed. I know this is probably maybe obvious, but it's so much more fun being as a guest than watching. They're very fun to watch, but being on it is very, very fun. So I'll definitely be trying as hard as I can to come back on.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much for that. And Ethan, mate, you're welcome to come back on. More than welcome. It'd be great if we can get you back on. And also, even if you can't come on together, if Charles or Max wants to come on for a chat as well, if only one or two of you can come on, you're always more than welcome to come back on, mate. It's been a wonderful experience having a chat with you. I've really enjoyed watching your channel grow, and the amount it's grown over the last 6 months or so. I think it's very deserved, because I know you put a lot of hard work into your channel, and you've got a lot of knowledge there, and it's a great source of reference for people who want to learn more about the coins. So that would be absolutely brilliant, mate. It really would. Blistering Barbecues has said I need to get brave and come on. You do, mate. You really do, because you've got nothing to worry about. It's always a completely informal chat. I'm not here to ambush people. I've always said I wouldn't have people on that I don't like. If I didn't think it was somebody I could have a nice chat with, I'm not really that interested in having one. But I'd love to have you on the Stack Chat BBA, mate. And if you ever do feel up for it, just let me know, and we will get you booked straight in, buddy, because you're a great guy. I love your channel, and I really would love to go into a bit more detail about some of the cool stuff you do, like magnet fishing and metal detecting. Have you ever tried metal detecting or anything like that?
I have a long time ago, not looking for coins specifically. I think I found two old keys, but then it was pretty much a borderline toy metal detector. It wasn't really anything proper, so I would have to upgrade if I wanted to continue, which would be very fun, I think, especially not just to find something really expensive, but to find a coin, even if it's not the best coin, but to find it yourself would be quite cool, to have the coin that you found rather than bought.
Yeah, I think so. I've always wanted to try it myself. I think it would be a lot of fun. And like you say, if it's something you found with a metal detector, even a not so good coin becomes so much better, doesn't it? Knowing that you actually found it in the ground, like real buried treasure style.
Absolutely, yeah. It's then, because all coins will have history, but then you can sort of add yourself into that history, which is very cool.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Thank you for the kind comments right there about the stack charts. I try and make it as accommodating as possible, and it's great to know that you guys find it so easy to come on, and means I'm doing something right at least. Coin said he loves his hammered silver, 1,000 years old. Now, 1,000-year-old coin. I mean, what is the oldest coin you own?
Myself, it is Henry the Third, so 1216 to 1272. It's about 800 years.
Yeah, so that's getting up there in age, isn't it? That really is fantastic. I don't think I know what my oldest coin is because it's a George the Second, but it's too worn. You can't see the date on it anymore. You can just make out the George the Second depiction on there, and I think that's my oldest one. But I'd love to branch out and start getting some more of the of what I consider to be ancient coins instead of old coins, if you know what I mean. But yeah, an 800-year-old, 1,000-year-old coin would be absolutely fantastic, especially if I was able to find it in the ground myself. That must just be the best feeling ever.
Yeah, definitely. I think as a to start with hammered coins, the best bet to look at is Edward the First because he had a recoinage. They're quite abundant. I think you can get a decent quality Edward the First penny for about £25, so it's not too much. Obviously, harder to find one if you want to find it yourself, but if you're going to buy it,
Yeah, that's a great tip. I may look into that because it opens the doors to the older hammered coins, which I've said for quite some time. Really would love to get into the hammered coins a little bit more. There's so much history in them, and just to know that they were made by hand by striking the die with a hammer. I just think that's so cool.
yeah. I don't know if you saw the video we did, but we showed like a little challenge we were doing to try and get a coin. Not just us. I'm sure this is probably quite a lot of people do this, but to get a coin from each monarch's reign. And so that is quite cool. The hammered coins to get, Henry the Sixth and Edward the Fourth kind of coins are really cool.
Yeah, yeah. It's something I'd like to do going forwards, and try and get. I always try and get as many monarchs as I can. I need to get a George the First coin because then I've got at least one of every single George. I've got the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, but I don't have any George the First right now. So I think that's probably one I really should look to get.
Yeah, I mean, I think the silver ones, George the First, are quite rare, but farthings are the way to go. I'd say they're usually the more common. 1730
Yeah.
kind of farthings, and
Yeah, absolutely. Jamie said, Tissy, your copper one ones are from the mid 1600s. They absolutely are, and I had forgotten them. But that is about the same kind of time as George II, isn't it? Mid 1600s.
George the Second is early mid 1700s. So they're a bit older.
Oh, is it 17? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm wrong there. Thank you very much.
1760, but yeah.
What is it I've got then? It's not a George then. I have got a coin from the 1600s. Give me a second. I'll just go and grab it. I'm back. Sorry about that. So what is it? Here we go. I've got a. Let's have a look. It is. Where's the date on this? Yeah, no, you're right. 1758. That's my bad. Thank you very much, Ethan, mate. I do apologise about that. So yeah, Jamie's right then. My ones from the mid 1600s Japan would be my oldest coins.
So even older. That's 400 years old. So still, I mean, amazingly old when you think about it. Even some
Absolutely.
coins are actually really old when you think about how far they've had to survive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Even a couple of 100 years is a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. But especially because the oldest coin you can get and change today is about 50 years old, which is still quite a while back. But it's not. When you breach a century, then you get to proper old coins.
I think they said, if I remember correctly from our tour, didn't they say they take them out after 30 years?
They did say that, and I don't know. They can't really do it. I wouldn't say they can do it, but there's definitely still coins way older than 30 years in change. I don't.
Yes,
And I
They've
think
just not made their way back, have they, yet?
uh,
But it's obviously any that they get back that road 30-year-old, they take them out. But if it's going person to person, then they could stay in circulation longer than the 30 years.
it's just especially because the 1971 penny, obviously way older than 30
Yeah,
years, but they made 1.5
yeah,
billion of those. So even if they got a
yeah.
billion of them and melted them down, there's still 500 million out there. So it's obviously, you know, quite hard to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. But that was actually a fun fact. But I didn't know that. Did you know that before the tour?
I knew they took the old ones out. I didn't know it was 30 years. I thought they would. That seems fairly short to me. I mean, but maybe it's not. I don't, because I don't see very many worn coins in circulation, if any, really. Maybe that means they're doing the job right, but I mean, because obviously with older coins, you see all the worn ones all the time, but you never see like a worn modern penny or anything.
No, yeah, absolutely, and it must be because they're taking them out and melting them down, etc. Got some great comments coming in here. Zoltan said he lives about an hour away from a place called Dinosaur Ridge that has preserved dino fossils. I think I've heard about that, Zoltan. Is that the place where there's loads of T-Rex fossils been found? If it is, I've seen something about that. Mr. Kiwi says he has a Roman Aurelius denarius from 160 AD, 50% silver and clipped a little. Neat to have, really old. Absolutely, and I agree with 365 Days of Silver. It would be fantastic to see that on your channel, mate. Denarius is obviously it's old Latin for penny, isn't it?
Yeah, it's linked to how that's why the old penny was with a D rather than a P.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because a half crown would have been 2S6D, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun fact. That's I'm not sure if everyone knew that, but I always wondered, like, why is it with a D when it's a penny, and it's normally Latin. If it's not Latin, it's French, isn't it?
Yeah, or yeah, pretty much always Latin with coins. Though is where it's come from.
Yeah. I'm just thinking with French. I'm just thinking the Order of the Garter.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that's French, isn't it? When did that start appearing on coins? Was it William II?
Well, the Order of the Garter was founded by Edward III in
Okay.
in end of the 1300s, and I believe it started to appear on coins. I would want to say the 1700s. Just because it was always a small feature, so they didn't have the technology to put it on hammered coins and earlier coins. I'm not sure of the exact date though.
Yeah, okay. It's just that somebody asked me recently, and I wasn't 100% sure, but you can see what I mean now, guys. I mean, the knowledge Ethan has when it comes to old coins is unprecedented. It really is, and I could sit here and talk to you about coins for hours upon end, mate. I really could.
Oh yeah, well, those that know me, they might talk about coins for hours on end, unwantedly. So it's good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the good thing about Stacker Social. It's people actually are interested to hear what you say for hours on end. But I know what you mean. It's like I said earlier. I try and talk about it with my friends, and I went on a date this week. Actually, it's the first date I've been on in a while, and she was interested enough to ask me about my interests, but when I went into the details about the coins, the interest soon went out the window, and I was like, okay, I'll stop now.
Yeah, often the way.
Yeah, very, very often. Right, we're at 10:30 now. Can you believe it's been nearly 3.5 hours already?
Oh yes, the call's been going for 3 hours 47, which has gone very fast.
It always does, buddy. It always does. But I'm going to have to go back to the first question we got this evening, which it was a bit too early when we got it, but it was from Silverpunk, and it's something that comes up every single stack chat, so don't think you're going to get away with it. What is the shape of a planet? Is it flat or round?
Well, when there's a right kind of eclipse, there's the shadow on the moon of the Earth, and the shadow is positively round.
Well, there we go. We've got a very scientific answer this week. I'm going to have to disagree, though. Although it is round, it's also flat, just like a pizza. And I know, because I've eaten one. is my go-to saying there. But Coin knew what was coming. He's put is the earth flat. Miss Kiwi said, "Love my St George of a Dragon." Man rode his horse butt naked. It was very almost butt naked. He had a cape. He had a cape and a hat. Other than that, he is kind of butters on the coin, which is a lot of fun. Jamie's said, TSC all loved again. That's very nice. Thank you very much, buddy. Miss Kiwi says, oh no, I've just done that one. And so are you into conspiracy theories at all? Do you tie into any of them? Are you interested by them at all?
I'm not really, to be fair. That's not to say I wouldn't be, but I haven't got into it to a point where I can really, discuss it or be giving my opinion on the current conspiracies.
So you've got no ideas as to how the pyramids were built then?
I would say the boring answer, I guess, the historic answer, but no theories on it.
So you don't think it was the aliens?
No, I don't.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sorry. I feel like I have to ask it when we get to this point of the chat. But no. For me personally, I do. I make it well known. I'm very interested in them. I think they're entertaining, but I don't necessarily tie into them. I think I agree the Earth is round, and we probably did go to the moon. Although that's one I'm on the fence with whether or not we went to the moon. I don't know how you feel about that one.
I think we went to the moon.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So you're
very, very expensive cover up. Because they could have done that much cheaper and put the money somewhere else, and it was a very expensive. Whatever they did was very expensive. So,
Yeah. No, absolutely. 365 Days Silver said, "Do you believe in aliens?" That's a good question, actually. Not necessarily aliens have been here. Do you believe in life outside of Earth?
This is a good question, and I would say, I wouldn't. What I would say is, I wouldn't want to say no. I wouldn't say I don't believe in aliens. Is the answer I'd give. I don't think aliens have come to Earth, or there's any fairly nearby. But I wouldn't say that I don't believe in aliens.
Yeah, but it's two very different questions, aren't they? Have aliens been here versus is there life outside this planet? And I agree with you. It's nearly 100% chance that there's got to be life outside this planet. If it evolved on this planet, and there's nothing special about our planet, there's literally nothing special. Science has found so many Earth-like planets out there now. You would think, by law of average, just by the sheer size of the universe, there's got to be some form of life. Even if it's microbial, there's got to be some kind of life out there, hasn't there?
I would agree, definitely. Somewhere there'll be some form of unintelligent life, is almost guaranteed. I guess the scary thing is, why hasn't any life contacted us? And is there a point where the species evolves to a point where they could? But such evolution leads to self-destruction. If there's, they can't visit because they've wiped the species out before they could come. Because obviously, there's dangerous times. Well, I would say the human species is decently close to being, we can go to space and we can go to different planets and stuff. But there's also lots of, fear of much worse things happening with rocket-powered intercontinental vessels. So it's a hard call.
No, very, very good point there. It's something. I mean, what you're touching on there is the Fermi paradox, isn't it? If there is life out there, where are they? And it is a question that science is looking to answer, and we are coming on leaps and bounds in that kind of thing. But I think one of the problems is people don't realise how big space is. One thing that made me think about it recently is the new Star Wars bar. And do you know the Star Wars? Like when it goes into hyperspeed and all the stars turn into lights as it flies past them.
Yeah.
The reality of that would be, even if you were in hyperspeed, the stars would still look pretty much exactly the same because they're so massively separated. There's if you would travel through space, the chances of you hitting something are actually minuscule, because it's so vast. I mean, it's hard to comprehend just how big a space it is between these objects, which is one of the reasons why it is very unlikely that we'll ever come into contact with a species outside of the planet. I think there's a possibility that we may find fossils on Mars, like fossils of bacteria and things like that, and we may find that because Mars was, at one point of its history, it was a very Earth-like planet. It had a core very similar to ours, but its core stopped spinning, and it caused it to lose its magnetic field, and made it cool down. To the point where life pretty much doesn't have a chance of living on it now. But I do think at some point we will learn that there is some sort of life out there. I know that they've proven that things like mushroom spores and certain bacterias, and also what we call water bears, they can, tardigrades is their other name, they've been proven to be able to survive the vacuum of space, so it is possible for life to be out there. But I think, I'm with you, mate. I think the chances of us coming into contact with anything out there, especially in our lifetimes, are very slim. But then you think you've got things. Have you ever heard of a wow signal?
No, I haven't. No.
So the WOW signal, it was in the 70s. It was the Big Ear satellite at SETI, which stands for the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, something like that. I think it's basically it's the search for extraterrestrial life, and they received a radio signal from space. And it was so amazing. It's called the WOW signal because the scientist that was monitoring it, when we found this signal from space, they just wrote the word "wow" with an exclamation mark next to it, and that's one of the mysteries of the one of the mysteries of science, and we just don't know about that. But it does, it does show that there could be something out there, but who knows? I'm very much like you. I try to stay as level-headed as possible, but I do have a lot of fun learning, going down the different rabbit holes and learning all the different different conspiracies. I won't bore you too much with the conspiracies. I just want to ask you your opinion on just one final one, and that is: have you ever come across the Mandela effect in your life at all?
That's the one where you imagine something differently than it actually was when you look back on it, isn't it?
Yeah, you kind of remember it being one way, and you vividly remember it being one way, and there's loads and loads of other people that remember the exact same thing, but when you go back and look at it now, it seems to have changed.
I generally can't think of an example. I'm fairly certain that would have happened. I can think of ones that are known. Like I would have said, I think there's the one I would have said on like the Pikachu tail. There's like a black bit. I think it was, but there's actually not
Yes.
like that. But I can't think of
Yes, there is.
myself, to be fair. Although I'm sure that.
Has Pikachu lost his black bit on his tail now?
See, I'm not.
'Cause
That's the thing. I don't know. Was it there? Was it not there? Is it there now?
Yeah, it was he definitely had a black bit on the end of his tail. I'm sorry, but I didn't even know that was one. I think one you may have come across, and one of the most common ones, is the line from Star Wars where Darth Vader turns around to Luke Skywalker and says, "Luke, I am your father." And now he doesn't say that. He says, "No, I am your father," which I think most people have seen that. We're throwing quite a few of the most famous ones in the chat here. We've got the Fruit of the Loom clothing. Now, you might be a little bit too young for this, but back in the 90s, I remember Fruit of the Loom being a very popular brand, and the logo had a cornucopia in the background, and now that cornucopia has completely disappeared. And then you've got the George's girlfriend having braces, and I, for one, vividly remember her having braces at the end of that film. But now, when you watch it back, it's completely gone. 365 has asked a question. He says, "Ethan, what do you think of C19? Was it a man-made virus?" Oh no. But what? Go on. What do you want to answer that, or he's talking about the dreaded coof from a few years ago?
I must say, unless there's any like evidence that's stronger for the conspiracy than what was said, I just kind of tend to go with, I think. I mean, I know there's a joke, kind of, it's a bit of a dire joke, but people do think everyone overreacted to COVID, and most of the survivors will say so.
That's dark. That is dark. I shouldn't have laughed at that, but it's good. It's good. Now, the thing for me with that one is, you know, the market in Wuhan where it was supposed to have started is literally right next door to a facility where they were literally studying viruses that were transmitted by bats. So it just makes it look to me like there's it very well could have been man-made and started in that lab, and it was a leak out of the lab, and that's what started it. Purely because it's literally right there next door to the market where it was meant to have started from a bat. You know what I mean? So there's a bit of evidence. I wouldn't like to say definitely one way or the other. But I can understand why people think it was a man-made viruses, because that's not even a conspiracy. We have got laboratories all over the world that are working on man-made viruses and working on different kind of viruses and different kind of things. I remember a few years ago where it was a big news article because they found smallpox in a yogurt tub in one of these laboratories, and that's how securely it was being stored. It was literally just in a yogurt tub. So it's it is, if we keep playing about with these different viruses and we keep playing about with these different things, then there's obviously going to be a chance for things to escape from time to time. But I can't say for sure. All I can say is there's a good chance it might have been, purely because of how close proximity that virus lab was to where Ground Zero was for the virus. But I think we've gone on about that long enough now. So do you want to? Should we take it back onto coins?
Yeah. There's
Absolutely.
coins.
Yeah, I can tell you're not one for the conspiracies, and that's absolutely fine, mate. No problem at all. But going forward, what's on your need to buy list with coins?
I have one more farthing to go, 1863 farthing. I need to get that one. And I've not got many. I've been going a little bit down the modern coin route because I've got one more, or a few more £2 coins and a few more 10p's. So I'm looking to finish off the farthings and the few modern coins, and whilst also getting some silver in this turbulent time, and then maybe in a few months looking to carry on back with the pre-decimal date runs is the plan.
That's cool. I do love mixing it up like that, and getting a few new modern pieces and some old. Because one thing I like to say is the modern bullion pieces of today are the old collectible coins of the future, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. I've been tempted many times just to start collecting and date running just the coins in change today, like a 10p date run or a 2p date run. Because back in the day, people wouldn't have thought. Not everyone would have thought to do that with these coins. That's just a sixpence or a shilling, But
Absolutely.
I don't see them having a massive value, but a collector base in the future, especially with cashless societies, on the rise, coins will become just more things to collect, and you can't just get them every day from Sainsbury's or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there, and it's something I think about all the time. That I need to start doing a current coin date run and getting one of each year, and I definitely will start to. I keep all of my change. I pretty much keep them in different jars and different little tubs, etc. So before I go and weigh them in, I'll probably go through them and start taking the odd different dates out and start putting a modern current coin collection together. Because I like you say, it's they may be very easy to get your hands on now, but in a few years' time, that may not be the case, especially with the Royal Mint doing things like taking coins out of circulation, etc. So I think that's a great idea, mate, and it's something I've definitely thought of myself as well.
Yeah, definitely. And also with the,
Yeah.
I know people have said this, but the pennies and 2p's, I think currently if it's, I think 1990 before, or the older 2 pences, the copper value of them is 14 pence and 7 pence
Yeah.
a penny. So actually, if you hang on to them and then they were demonetized, it's no longer illegal to melt them, then you've also got
Yeah.
profit there. Not that I would encourage melting coins, but if they're minted like those ones are in the billions, then taking a bit of profit from the copper is not a bad idea either.
Yeah, and you've just said a very valid point right there. Where it's annoying, isn't it? Because like the current 2p's definitely are worth more in copper content than they are as a coin, but it is completely illegal to actually melt them down, isn't it? And you can get yourself into a lot of trouble if you were caught doing so.
Yeah, definitely. So the only way really would be to kind of wait until they were demonetized if or when they are.
Yeah, yeah. Just as a little bit of fun for people out there, because I know you're pretty good with this kind of stuff. What are some coins that are still legal tender that people might not think were still legal tender?
Yeah, so obviously all the bullion stuff they make now is legal tender because it's a coin rather than a round. Obviously, sovereigns are still legal tender for the same reason. 1817 sovereign, so a coin over 200 years old. The old sovereigns they're still spendable. There's the double florin. So a florin is 1/10 of a pound, and these were demonetized. But the double florin made in Victoria's Jubilee is 1/5 of a pound, and they're still legal tender at 21. There's also things the old single metal £2 coins. They're still legal tender. I actually spent those at M&S, one of the old £2 coins, the big chunky ones with the one metal. They're still legal tender.
Yeah. Just sorry, Ethan, just to interrupt quickly, we've had a couple of questions relating to this. Mick wants to know: is it legal to melt a farthing? It is, because farthings are demonetised, aren't they?
Yeah, but it's just you can't melt the legal coins as far as I know, because obviously you
Yeah.
can melt all this stuff gets sent off to melt far too often, in my opinion, as silver. Don't melt silver, I would say, because these are still collectible,
Yeah.
but you could legally melt these old demonetized coins as long as with the silver,
Yeah.
like I say, don't melt a double florin, that's still legal, and the silver crowns are still legal tender, 25p each. So don't, but for
And
that's demonetized, so you can melt if you want to do a half crown, stuff like that.
it's not just the double florin either, is it? The single florin is still a legal tender coin, isn't it?
No, the single
Okay.
demonetized in 1992.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. That's what it was. And Coinoob, sorry, mate. Coinoob's just asked about the modern coins being steel cord. They are, but like Ethan said, up until the 90s, they were still copper, weren't they?
Yeah, I believe it was 1990 that they were copper. So from 71 to 1990, and then the newer ones are all plated steel, even more debased than debased.
Yeah, 100%. Steel's worth. I don't. I scrap quite a few things. I scrap aluminium. I scrap copper, but I don't scrap steel. It's not worth the petrol it cost me to take it down to the scrappers yard. I can remember last time I took a huge trailer full of steel and I got 11 quid for it. So it's just not worth your time and effort when it comes to steel, unfortunately. Banknotes. 365 has asked, what's your thoughts on old banknotes? Do you collect any of them?
I do. I have a few of the 10 shilling notes and a few of the old pound notes. And I will be swapping out a few for the King Charles notes on the 29th. You can fill out a form and swap Queen Elizabeth notes for King Charles ones. So I'll get a few of those just to sort of keep them on the side. I also have a stamp collection consisting of 2 stamps, one with Queen Elizabeth and one with King Charles. Just to sort of a few bits like that, just to have as, not really a full collection, but just a few interesting pieces.
That's really cool. That is really cool. I have my own stamp collection now. I never had a stamp collection until I started the channel. And then I started keeping the stamps from all the different cool stamps that were on the pieces of mail that people sent to me. And some people have sent me some cool stamps as well. APM sent me some cool Star Trek stamps across because he got them on piecemeal and he knows I've started to collect them. I've also got some stamps through First Day cover editions. Have you got any of those?
I don't know. I only kept those 2 stamps, but yeah, I know there's obviously lots of cool stamp equivalents to sort of bunk packs and stuff with the coins.
Yeah, that's. I've got 2. My Kew Gardens is a First Day cover and comes with the stamps. Then I've got a £5 coin, and I think is it the recoined? It's King Charles I, something to do with King Charles I. I'll have to dig it out and remind myself. Banknotes, I've just grabbed this because I think old banknotes are quite cool. This has got something there. These are super cool. I know 365 Days of Silver will like this because I know he's got a load of these, but these are silver certificates. but was sent to me by somebody across in the United States. I think they're absolutely cool. They look like $1 coins, but if you look at the top, it says silver certificate, and it was basically for the value of 1 ounce of silver or whatever it was. This certificate is legal tender for all debts, public and private. And you could redeem these with silver at the bank, and I've also like yourself, I've got some old £1 notes. There's a state of Jersey there, another state of Jersey. There's the old £5 note there, the old £20 note there, £1 Bank of England note there. That one is I think that's Irish, is it? I think that one's Ireland. I could be mistaken. Bahamas £1 coin there, another £5 coin, old £5 coin, old £10 coin, some United States dollars, a £5, an old £5 note, £1 Canadian, Netherlands 5. Whatever that word is, another old £5 coin, and a few more dollars, etc. But I've also and some others in there. But I've also got a foreign coin collector album, and that has got a huge amount of foreign notes in it, which I'm going to have to get out for the channel one time, because I think it's really interesting. At the back of the book, it's got all different foreign coins, and at the front it's got all different foreign banknotes as well, and there's some really, really cool ones in there, including some British Army banknotes, because I don't know if you knew this, but up until a period in time, the British Army had their own currency.
Yeah, I know, like the military guinea and stuff as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but basically same kind of thing, but it was a banknote that people could use in the NAFI and army canteen, and you weren't actually allowed to own one if you were outside the military. So I think they're a super cool thing to have. Ethan, do you have? 365 wants to know: do you have a silver certificate?
I don't have a silver certificate. No, I don't have any foreign currency at all, actually, in terms of notes.
Well, 365 Days Silver, he says he'd love to get one over to you, mate. So that would be super cool.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, I think there was actually a few at the antique shop as well, so I can have a look at those.
Yeah, no, that would be cool. Great question here from Kimchi. Now, we discussed this very briefly before the chat, but Kimchi said, if a sovereign is still legal tender, why can't you pay your company employees, i.e. yourself, if a single worker is in a limited business in £1? Legal tender only applies to debt. It doesn't apply to buying things from a shop. A shop is more than within its entitlement to deny acceptance of any legal tender coin. They don't have to accept a crown for 25p. They don't have to accept a sovereign for £1. They can dictate what they accept for their goods. Legal tender has to be accepted when you're paying off a debt. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the way it is. So it's almost sometimes it's in benefit for people using legal tender if they get into a debt situation, but often it's they've got it's the right way around, that legal tender's accepted less of the time than it's not accepted, because they only can take it for a debt when they must take it.
Yeah, they have to take it for a debt. A shop can. I mean, there's nothing stopping a shop taking legal tender in payment. They just don't have to, do they?
No, a shop can take whatever it wants. A shop could take primarily
3 chickens and a turnip, yeah.
Silica gel packets and only trade in these. Or they could only trade in silver. It's up to them. 99.99% of the time they'll trade in pound sterling, because that's what everyone else uses, but it is up to them at the end of the day, unless it's the debt.
Yeah, they really could accept 3 chickens and a groat for a loaf of bread if that's what they wanted to do. It's they have the right to do that. And it's like, Coin Noob said here, legal tender doesn't mean that businesses have to accept them. You're absolutely right there. 100%. Plenty of numpties on YouTube trying to pay for their fuel with £20 coins. I saw all those videos. I did see all those videos, and it's right. But I put up a video ages ago about legal tender, and somebody I can't remember who it was. It might have been World Money Winner. I can't remember who it was, but somebody posed a really good question on that video, and it came to, what if you were paying for fuel in a forecourt? because technically you pay for fuel in debt, don't you? You take it at the pump in credit, you've already had the fuel, and so you owe them a debt at the counter, and then it becomes a very grey area, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, 365 literally just put a comment on there saying only work at petrol stations where you get the fuel before paying.
yeah, that's how it works because it's a debt, and then because it's the debt, then they have to accept whatever you're going to pay with, whether that's, tapping your card or with some more funky methods, and then often it's a bit of the shops don't actually know that, so there's a lot of these YouTube channels look for the drama that it causes, but they do have to take it
Yeah.
in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also the same with your energy bill as well. Unless you're on a prepayment meter, that's energy is sold in credit because you use the electricity and use the gas before you pay the debt at the end of the month.
Yeah, so they can't get it back or anything, so you have to just pay the debt for it.
Yeah, exactly. But you do see a lot of time, the petrol station will still refuse to take the legal tender because they don't necessarily know what it is, and that's it does become a very grey area because most of the time the police will turn up and side with the petrol station, and when really you are perfectly within your rights to pay with legal tender if it is for fuel that you've already had at the pump. 100%. Can you just bear me 1 second, mate? I'll be back in a moment. I just want to go and grab something very quickly. I'm going to do my best KYH impression.
This is very suspenseful. What's going to be grabbed?
Hey, sorry about that. It doesn't matter. I was trying to find my folder of foreign banknotes to show you very quickly because I thought it would be cool to show everybody, but it's not where I thought it was, and I'm not going to leave you too long on your own.
Oh yeah, no worries. That can be I'm sure there'll be a video of it on your channel we can all see in the future.
Definitely, definitely. I'll definitely have to do it on a video going forward. I just don't know where I put it. It was in the way for so long, and I must have put it away somewhere. But 365 says TSC gone to get a glass of milk, and get ready for that next week because KYH is like a jack in the box when he does the stack chart. He was up and down. He must have got so much exercise when he did the last one. Let's have a look. Blistering Body would have said 953 is better than 947 TSC. I was getting fed up seeing that number. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Thank you so much. I was stuck on 947 for so long. I was getting a bit demoralised by it actually because I'd see it. It went up to 948. This is my subscriber count. It went up to like 948 a couple of times. When I'd wake up the next morning, it was back down to 947. I was like, oh my word, am I ever going to get off of 947? But I've had a few people subscribe to the channel today, which is fantastic, and I've broken the 950 barrier again, and we're on 953 at the moment. So fingers crossed, hopefully it will keep going up and keep going in the right direction, and we'll be able to give away all these fantastic items very soon.
Yeah, definitely. 1,000 subscribers is very much earned. So, and it's not far away. So, I'd say this month maybe. I think there's enough time this month for you to hit it.
Oh, that would be absolutely fantastic. Question here from Coinib. He's going to get off in a minute. Coinib, it's been fantastic having you here as always, mate. But he asks, why aren't there more female coin collectors? It's a good question, isn't it?
It is a good question. I wouldn't have an answer at all. I don't know. It's just kind of, the stereotype. I don't think it's a stereotype. That's definitely much male based. The stereotype is it's older gentlemen is the coin collecting demographic, but I'm not sure exactly why.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. I don't know. I think we're missing a trick there. I would, if I could meet a woman that was as infused about coins as I am, she'd have a ring on her finger in no time. I know that much. Absolutely, 100%. Right, well, we're at 5 minutes to 11. The Fury Usyk fight's going to be starting soon, so we'll probably look to start winding things up and closing things down soon, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's more than fine. My phone's on 7%, so I charged it to 100 before the stack chat, so now got 93% used.
Wow. Okay. Well, whether or not we wanted to keep going, it sounds like we wouldn't have much chance anyway. But I can see 365 put a question in, and just so everyone knows, you've got a couple of minutes left. If you've got any questions that you do desperately want to ask, now is your chance, because, as I say, we will be closing things down soon. But 365 said, Ethan, what tip can you give to grow a channel? When you started seeing your channel grow faster, what did you do differently to achieve it? That's a fantastic question.
It is a good question. I would say three things, or maybe two things. Firstly, this was hard for us to do, but don't always. But there's two sides of the coin, if you will, for this. I mean, you want it to be authentic, but you don't want to be. I would say edit it quite well, and don't take the first go for. Often, I don't use the first take. If I was going to review this coin, I'd be like, so here we have King Charles to the reverse. So here we have King Charles.
Yeah.
And just make sure you get the right take in the video, and always, get it as best as you can. And the other main thing is, and this is the hard part, is just try and cover topics people are interested in. So
Yeah.
off the top of my head here, if we were going to make a video about, if the video is going to be called, what is the crown featured on the 1941 florin? Not really that much interest in that. But if I was going to say it, what we're going to say is, what 50% florin is the rare date? Do you have one? Kind of a bit more general, kind of to make a title that applies to more people, and then just make the videos as best as you can is all we've done, really. And we've been very, very fortunate, and we're very appreciative to have grown quite very well indeed in the last 6 months that we've been saying.
Yeah, if I can put my 2 cents in on this, and I'm saying this as an outside perspective. Obviously, I have nothing to do with your channel, but I do watch your videos very regular. I would say you've not really done much different to what you were doing before. I think with yourself, you were just making good content. You were always making good content, and I think what happens a lot of time with YouTube is, if you can break that 1,000 subscriber barrier, YouTube starts putting your channel out there to more people, and it creates a bit of a snowball effect. So I personally think you were doing great stuff all along, but now you're getting the recognition you deserved for the videos you were making. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's with everything. It's just consistency and commitment, and it will pay off. It's like with stacking. I mean, if you buy one coin and then leave it, then your silver stack's not very good. But if you consistently buy good coins and keep doing it, then stack will build up and you have more. And I guess it's the same I'd apply to most things. Just try your best and keep it, and do your best, and just keep it going, and don't quit. And then you'll look back in however many years and actually be very proud of what you've stacked or built on YouTube and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you said. I think you made a lot of good points there, and I think thumbnails and titles are very, very important. It's got to be catchy, hasn't it? It's got to get people's interest. But just from watching your videos, I don't think the videos you're making today are a very much difference to the videos you were making a year and a half ago, are they? They're pretty much the same kind of videos, aren't they?
Yeah, we've kind of stuck with a format and just kind of rolled with it and not really changed anything much. Yeah,
I think that helps as well. I think having a format that people know what to expect helps. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we tried to keep them all the same. I mean, like you were saying, people can expect on Tuesday to tune in. I'll get the box out, give them a sneak peek of what's in the box, and we'll go through the coins I've purchased. And that's kind of just to build sort of a regular, almost like a TV show. People will know that there's, an episode on this specific night, and they can just, if they want to do that, then they can tune in and watch that specific piece of content.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think your Monarch of the Month videos and videos you do like that are a big help as well, because I think they're fantastic. I think they appeal to a lot of people, and not just coin collectors. There's a lot of people out there that are interested in history and love learning that kind of stuff. So I think they really help you as well. But like I said before, I think you're making good videos. You're passionate about what you do. That comes across in the videos. People can tell that you really do love collecting coins. You really do love learning this information, and I think that helps a lot. And I think we're going to see bigger and better things from the channel going forwards. I think it's only going to grow, mate. I really do.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's really nice to hear all the support from everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, no, very deserved, mate. It's very deserved. You put a lot of work into your channel. I mean, like you said at the beginning of the chat, you've been going for coming up to 4 years now, and I remember when I started watching your videos. I think you were at something like 600 subscribers, something like that. So you've done 300 years, 3 years, like getting to like 6, 7, 800 subscribers. And then in the last year, it's just snowballed, hasn't it? You know what I mean? It's just that growth has just been absolutely amazing. But you had to stick to it for those first 3 years to really see that payoff. And I think it really does go to show, like what you said, just stick at it. Don't get too disheartened if you're in a slump, like what I've been recently. Being on 947, not being able to move. Don't see that as a reason to give up. Just keep going, because I think no matter who you are, no matter what you're doing, and no matter what videos you're making, there's an audience out there. It takes all sorts to make a world, and you've just got to get your videos to the people that will enjoy them. And I think I've not got a huge channel myself, so who am I to say this? I know that, but I think like what you were saying, and I know 365 said this to me before in the past. I know he agrees with this, but I think thumbnails and titles can be really important. Try and make them something that's interesting. Make them something that people's going to think, oh, what's that about then? Just click on that, because a lot of people will be very happily sit there and watch a video about something they've never even looked into before, if it's interesting. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think thumbnails and titles are to get the new people, and then the quality video behind it is to keep the people. And that's all you can do, really. Just bring it, try and get more people attracted to the video, whatever, and then just make a video that's worth them saying or coming back for.
Yeah. Do you care much about SEO? Does that affect you when you're making your videos? Is that something you look into? So that's like your tags and your search engine options, that kind of thing.
Not really. Definitely not. We don't use any tags or anything. I do, if we can squeeze the word rare into the title, that might help, rather than I bought some coins, I bought some rare coins. It could, but other than that, really, it's not, we don't do much in that way.
Okay, so that's interesting to know that you don't use tags. I mean, that really is interesting. It goes to show that maybe tags aren't as important as some people think they are. And like you were saying, having a snappy thumbnail and a catchy title and then good quality content. I think I've always thought that's the most important thing, and it sounds like that probably is the case then.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Well, I'm sure your battery is probably flashing like mad right now. So is there anything you want to say, any final thoughts or anything like that you'd like to say to everyone before we end the chat?
I just want to say lots of the points we've been picking up on how to do a good YouTube channel is definitely done by the Stat Collector. And I'm sure everyone watching to this far in will be subscribed. But make sure, to subscribe to the Stat Collector, get him to 1,000, and to join Stacker Social. And I mean, a massive thank you to everyone for watching all this way for tonight, and just for all the support. I mean, we've mentioned a lot about the community, and just a huge part of that is people that don't actually have a channel themselves, but are the ones that watch and support the channel. So just a massive thank you to everyone for all the support tonight and just in general. And it's been a pleasure, and it continues to be a pleasure to be able to make videos for everyone. So yeah, massive thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ethan. That's made me blush a little bit there, that has. But thank you very much. And like 365 Days of Silver just said, that was fantastic closing, mate. It was very, very well put, and very well said. And as I say, thank you very much. And likewise, like Ethan's just said, thank you to everybody who's taken the time out tonight to come and join us and have a chat with us. It makes it so much different having that third person there. That is the live chat, and the combination of all you guys with your great, fantastic questions. That gives us so much to talk about, and it helps more than anyone could know. But yeah, it's been a wonderful chat. I've been trying to get you guys on for quite some time, haven't I? So I'm so happy that you finally come on and had a chat with me, and it's been absolutely great. And we've got some exciting things to look forward to now. We're going to have more mystery box exchanges. We're going to be arranging best collection competitions, and it looks like we've got quite a few brainchilds that have been born during this chat as well.
Yeah, lots to look forward to in the future, definitely.
Definitely, absolutely. Like 365 has just said, this community is amazing. It really is. And I've said it before. I will say it again so many times. I'm proud to be part of this community. I really am. It's a fantastic community of people that I'm so proud to be part of. You're all so very wonderful, and thank you very much for all the very kind words that people are putting in the chat now, letting us know how much they've enjoyed the chat tonight. So we're definitely going to have to get you back on, mate, and have another chat at some point in the future. But for now, we probably have rabbled on for long enough. So I'm going to leave you all by saying, until next time, as always, look after each other, keep stacking, take care, and goodbye.